Hello! How we all doing? Hello, Naomi Chance. Hello, Sister Rose. Hello, BCC TV_2. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Scooter Alice. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, The Dark Canuck. And hello, Alice Payne. Hello, PragerU. Hello, our family. Hello, Larzers. Hello, one and all. Hello, Joanna. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Punky Gal. Should change stream to live. I know I am so late. Hello, Spitfire. I had things to do today. Salmon Moose, thank you for gifting Joanna a sub. Hello, Ska Mimikyu. Hello, love the intro music. Excited to catch a stream. Ah, we have one of the fabled VOD watchers. Excellent. Excellent. I've heard tales of your kind. Welcome everybody, one and all. Salmon Moose,
Bing
thank you
bong sound.
Bing bong. Thank you for gifting a sub to Scooter Alice. That is very kind of you. Let me just tweet out that it's happening. It's happening. Riverboat.gg. Let's go. Holy shit!
Sorrow is knowledge. They who know the most must mourn the deepest or the fatal truth. The tree of knowledge is not that of life. Byron. I know these days have been rough. Stay strong. BWA.
Well, that was really sweet of you, Paladin. Thank you for the $200 dono, kicking off the stream on an incredibly generous note. Thank you so much. Yeah, yesterday's stream was real rough. I apologize for breaking down midstream, and also for yelling at a chatter. Though they were being a dumbass, I shouldn't have lost my composure like that. Oh my goodness.
Shame me like that, boo.
Boo. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. My goodness. Y'all. You silly gooses, thank you so much. You missed yesterday's stream? Well, guys, you know that like every one of my streams goes into VODs on YouTube. If you miss a stream, you can watch the VOD over on YouTube forever. You can watch the VOD also over on Twitch for like 60 days, but I mean, you should just do it on YouTube. Oilers war already?
It's mommy again, chat.
PragerU, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. It's mommy again. It's true. It's true. Politics mommy is here to baby all of you through politics. God damn, the BWA energy is off the charts tonight. Now, I only have 4 segments for today's stream prepped. It would have been 5, except I couldn't find the full TYT interview/debate with Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek rhymes with cake Ramaswamy. If any of you do have a link to that, I will gladly go over that in excruciating detail. But I'm not going to piece it together from the clips that they're uploading to the TYT channel. Don't walk it back, it was based. Oh no, everything I said, Spitfire, yesterday holds true. Everything I said. I just shouldn't have, like, been yelling as loud as I did. I probably peaked my microphone multiple times, and that apology was mostly to you guys, because you probably did not want the audio quality of me peaking my microphone for, like, 5 to 10 minutes. Hey, Sheppy Hands. I'm feeling better. I got to spend today with my partner, and it helped heal my soul. 'Cause, yeah, it yesterday was rough. Hey, the Lunar Knot. Good thing the Lord Almighty made limiters. Should have turned your gain up 5 levels. Oh god. Hey. You heal my soul. I love you. Hey, Polly has his cracker. Alright. I hope your neighbors weren't too mad. Thankfully, my neighbors do not mind when I get loud. Otherwise, I would be having so many more problems. Socrates, thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And you guys have come at the right time because we are still kind of in just chatting mode. So I have 4 segments tonight, right? Number 1, we're going to be talking about Israel, specifically. Just tonight, I gotta limit myself a little bit for my own mental health. But tonight, we're gonna be talking about the bombing of Palestinian hospital. Apparently, over 500 fatalities so far confirmed. It's pretty terrible. So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna get that out of the way. And then we're gonna get into some classic dunking on conservatives. We're gonna get into dunking on PragerU, because PragerU today announced its revelations regarding children's
Let
programming.
Everything happen to you, beauty and terror. Just keep going. No feeling is final. Rilke. Or keep on keeping on. BWA.
Penny, holy moly! Thank you for the $100 dono, Penny. What? I don't know this quote. Rilke. I'll look that up real quick. Austrian poet Rilke. That's really beautiful. God, we have a bunch of chatters with good taste. I'm excited for your review of the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video. Yes, we are going to be covering the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video. We also have a real quick segment on Mark Lamont Hill, who you guys will recognize because recently we covered him interviewing both a leader of Hamas and an Israeli, I think, former intelligence head. It was a really great interview, and I myself praised Mark Lamont Hill's work in that interview, which is it's really good. You should check out that interview. But also, you know, I'm just gonna do that up front here, okay? So Mark Lamont Hill, excellent work interviewing the leader of Hamas and the Israeli intelligence official, one after the other. Amazing work. Unfortunately, it has come to my attention that when people said that he was fired for supporting Palestinians, you know, I kind of took that at face value, but it's come to my attention that that is not really the full story.
Hey Jack, look at this funny video.
I'm not watching a funny video right now. But thank you for the $16 dono, LB. My goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. Salmon Moose, thank you for gifting a sub to the Lunar
Salmon Moose asterisk gave asterisk
my
the
goodness.
Lunar asterisk a asterisk tier 1 asterisk subscription.
So no, Mark Lamont Hill didn't get fired from Al Jazeera. He got fired from CNN like in 2018. Right? And he got fired, and this has been some people on the left were saying he got fired for what he said about Palestinians, in support of Palestinians specifically. But that's not really the full story. Now I'm gonna explain to you why that is. Here's an Instagram post from 2016. This is Mark Lamont Hill, and this man that he's sitting next to. Well, let's just read the caption here. Been blessed to spend the last day with Minister Louis Farrakhan.
Jade says hi to Clarice.
Aw, trans girl Jade says hello to Clarice. She waved back. Been blessed to spend the last day with Minister Louis Farrakhan. An amazing time of learning, listening, laughing, and even head nodding to music. God is great. Now, for people who don't know who Louis Farrakhan is, he's the leader of the Nation of Islam, and also is incredibly virulently anti-Semitic. Can we get a Louis Farrakhan quote here, just real quick? Just real quick. Let's get a couple of quotes. Here's a quote from 2018. Why isn't the white man a native anywhere? You're not a native Palestinian. No, you're not. You didn't originate there. But if you did, then you're the real Semitic people. But the Ashkenazi European, he has no connection at all to the Holy Land. None. So in a showdown, prove to us that you are Semitic. Let's go on with it. It's our time now. Let's see here. You and I are going to have to learn to distinguish between the righteous Jew and the satanic Jews who have infected the whole world with poison and deceit. Or, when you want something in this world, the Jew holds the door. Or, well, you know, if there are any questions about the contexts of how he means these quotes, here's one. The Jews were responsible for all of this filth and degenerate behavior that Hollywood is putting out, turning men into women and women into men. Or, I don't care what they put on me. The government is my enemy. The powerful Jews are my enemy. Like, again, I mean, like, it's just that, like, guys, the ADL, and like, I'm not the biggest fan of like the ADL. It's a relatively conservative leaning organization, but this is the size of the page they have on Louis Farrakhan, and just quotes on Jews. I'm just gonna scroll until we hit the bottom here. Now, you might notice that this is actually quite a long page of quotes upon quotes upon quotes from all kinds of different time periods. Just, I can't, dude. Oh, here's Jewish conspiracies. You have Mexicans, but they are Mexican Jews. They run the country. You have German Jews, Polish Jews, Ukrainian Jews, Russian Jews, Lithuanian Jews, Estonian, Latvian, Denmark Jews, Sweden, Norway, Finland Jews. You have Italian Jews. You have French Jews. And everywhere They are. They take on the language, the culture, but they run the money, they run the business. Yeah. Yeah, a small group of Zionists and others are involved in planning against Islamic nations. Those who plotted the 9/11 false flag operation are members of the synagogue of Satan, spoken of in the Bible, and must be exposed, and my job is to expose them. Again, he's talking about essentially saying the Jews planned 9/11. Synagogue of Satan is an awesome name for a metal band. Yes. I mean, guys, like, the page continues. Like, if you imagined an anti-Semite in your mind, it's hard to get more anti-Semitic than Louis Farrakhan. Here are some of his thoughts on the Holocaust. Let's see here. The Jews have been so bad at politics, they lost half their population in the Holocaust. They thought they could trust in Hitler, and they helped him get the Third Reich on the road. You know, just, some real cool stuff. I mean, like, guys, we had to get this far, like, 90% of the way through this page before we even got to something that wasn't specifically about Jews. Because then he moves on to talking about whites, the US government, LGBT community. And of course, by the way, all of these things are still about the Jews. Like this one. Brother Barack Obama, under Jewish influence, trying to introduce same-sex marriage to African people, and the Africans say, we don't have nothing like that in our history, we can't identify with that. Then the Western man says, if you want this money from the World Bank or the IMF, you have to make a law that allows same-sex marriage. Look, brothers and sisters, this is satanic. You know? Just, super normal stuff. So, yeah, we finally made it to the end of the page. Finally made it to the end of the page. And this is the guy that Mark Lamont Hill hung out with. By the way, these quotes go back to the 90s. So it's not like Mark Lamont Hill in 2016 would be ignorant of what Louis Farrakhan has said in the past. And again, I consider Mark Lamont Hill a very intelligent man. So, yeah. Hey, Punky Gal, don't be linking other people's Discord servers in my chat, especially with like an intent to like brigade. We don't do that. We don't do that here. That's your one and only warning. Now, of course, CNN severs ties with liberal pundit Mark Lamont Hill after his controversial remarks on Israel. Now, this happened in 2018. This picture and the association that Mark Lamont Hill had with Farrakhan was in 2016. Okay? Now, a lot of people said that this was due to him only saying, free Palestine from the river to the sea. Now, of course, he's right to say that. You know, he's right to call for the end of the apartheid state. However, just going to say here that Louis Farrakhan was using Mark Lamont Hill and this specific image to sell a $260 music set. And this came to light in 2018 and probably had far more to do with the decision to remove Mark Lamont Hill than anything he said about Palestine on air. Yes, a $260 music set to benefit the Nation of Islam and Louis Farrakhan himself. So, Yeah, like you could actually see this is the image that's being used. I mean, my goodness. Now, Mark Lamont Hill, to his credit, said that he was not aware his image was being used for commercial purposes and will ask for its removal, saying, "I don't want to be used to promote anybody's materials. I'm going to ask for it to be taken down as I don't think it's consistent with my values and my professional standards." Hill said the photo was taken sometime in the autumn of 2016 after the minister invited a number of people to a Wyoming farm to listen to the new album. It wasn't like one big event, it was just people cycling in and out, he said. It was good music, actually. Like, I'm sorry. The most anti-Semitic person in the country invited you to a music event, and you went, and you're like, "That was pretty good music." Like, wait, what? Yeah, the Nation of Islam leader has come under heat in recent days, and again, this was in 2018, for remarks comparing Jews to termites. Which is also probably why renewed scrutiny was on Louis Farrakhan around this time, and also, by extension, on Mark Lamont Hill, whose image was being used to promote the most anti-Semitic man in America's new album. Okay? Like, just to be clear here. And, again, a lot of left-leaning outlets did report things like, "Oh, yeah, this was the last straw for Mark Lamont Hill. His support of Palestinians was what got him fired." And, again, I do have to say, it was probably a lot more to do with his association with Louis Farrakhan. And, interestingly, on the Wikipedia page about this, appearing on the Breakfast Club radio program in December of 2018, Hill said that while he does not agree with Farrakhan on all issues, and now this is a direct quote here, "For some reason, if you meet with Minister Farrakhan and you don't throw him away wholesale, then you're castigated in a way that doesn't happen to anyone else. Why is only one set of people untouchable? And why does every black leader have to ritually denounce Farrakhan in order to sustain a position? That doesn't happen to anyone else." Now, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds like you're pretty consistent in your support with Louis Farrakhan. Okay, in fact, it sounds like in this quote, like Mark Lamont Hill is explicitly referring to, well, why is only one set of people untouchable, he said. Which set of people do you think he's talking about in this clip? In this quote? Curious. Anyway, the interview that Mark Lamont Hill did recently was very good. But maybe we should be somewhat aware of the fact that he has an incredibly sus past as regards associating himself with people who call Jews termites and perpetuate conspiracism around how Jewish people plotted 9/11. You know, maybe we should have a little bit of, a little bit of salt for someone like that. A huge grain of salt with whatever they say, even if they did a pretty good interview in this one case. So, just throwing that out there. I learned about that, and I figured it was worth saying, especially after I praised his work so much just the other day. Yeah. It turns out that Mark Lamont Hill was a milkshake duck. I'm sorry, everybody. Okay. Milkshake duck? Oh god, I just explained milkshake duck. Milkshake duck is just like a reference to like a figure that everyone discovers and loves. And then, like, the next day, everyone finds out that the duck is racist, or in this case, an anti-Semite, and everyone's disappointed because they can't love the duck anymore. Also, Chainsaw CCC, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Sorry I didn't thank you earlier. But now we're going to talk a little bit about the hospital bombing, and figuring out what happens in wartime. All right. So, folks, here's what we know right now. What we know right now is that a hospital in Gaza suddenly exploded, presumably bombed. There's footage showing an explosion, so we have video evidence of it happening. Over 500 Palestinians have died. Many more are injured. A lot of the numbers are obviously fluid at this point in time. And now the Gaza Health Ministry is claiming that Israel bombed the hospital. The IDF is claiming that, in fact, it wasn't the IDF who bombed the hospital. Instead, they are claiming that it was a misfired rocket from either Hamas or from a different aggressive group within the Gaza Strip. By the way, Hamas isn't the only militant group in the Gaza Strip. There is also a group called the Palestinian... the PIJ. What does it stand for? I'm just trying to remember. Yes. There's another group called the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is a group that is explicitly receiving backing from Iran. And Iran, about 2 years ago, claimed to have distributed weapons to the PIJ. Now, there is some speculation that the object that blew up the hospital was a missile provided by Iran to the PIJ. That is on the table. There's also some speculation that there were munitions underneath the hospital. And there's also some speculation that just like kind of a large chain reaction occurred within the hospital from a smaller detonation. Because again, hospitals have compressed gas all over them, like CO2, oxygen tanks, etc. So there are multiple stories right now. And yeah, one of the things that we can say for sure is that the IDF does not have a track record of telling the truth. We can also say that there are multiple narratives out from the IDF itself. And we can also say that like things on the ground are messy, and we don't necessarily know with 100% accuracy what is happening on the ground due to media blackout, due to internet lack of internet, due to a lot of different aspects. So there's a lot of unknowns, you know, the fog of war concept, right? Now, with both these sides pointing fingers at each other, what can we figure out, right? So there's a group called GeoConfirmed on Twitter. I have good reason to believe that GeoConfirmed has some pretty talented, information folks, ex-members of whatever intelligence organizations behind it. So we'll follow through this thread. A missile launched by Palestinian groups exploded midair, and one of the pieces fell on the Al Ahli Arab Hospital's yard. Before reacting, read our thread. So you'll notice that there's a lot of video in here. So we have video of a missile or a rocket. Seems to partially explode midair. And then we see 2 more explosions here. Now, what a lot of people are trying to kind of parse out is how there were 2 explosions. Again, most of these rockets, most of these missiles have multiple components. Many of those components can combust and explode or fail following launch. It's possible for a rocket to break up mid-flight and have, the propulsion system explode, but the actual payload remain intact and fall to the ground. It's a thing that can happen. We got more footage here.
لكن دون أن يعلن الإسعاف الإسرائيلي عن وقوع جرحى في صفوف الإسرائيليين في هذه الرشقات الصاروخية المتتالية. وهذه هي المرة الثالثة ازدهار التي تتعرض فيها منطقة تل أبيب وتل أبيب الكبرى، تحديدا هذه المرة الضواحي الجنوبية والجنوبية الشرقية لقصف صاروخي من جانب الفصائل الفلسطينية اعتبارا من ساعات عصر هذا اليوم. وكانت بالفعل استهدافات صاروخية ظهر هذا اليوم لمدينة بئر السبع وضواحيها، وكذلك لمنطقة الغلاف الذي تجدد فيه أيضا القصف الصاروخي، تحديدا باتجاه مدينة إزديروت التي تمكنت بعض الصواريخ من اختراق القبة الحديدية وهذه المنظومة الدفاعية ووقعت في داخل المدينة.
A lot of lights on for a place with no power. Well, again, hospitals are one of the few places that have working power generators. And this is largely because they are now at the point of sending out hospital personnel to siphon gas out of like gas tanks in order to keep the generators running from like abandoned vehicles. Now, yeah. New video shows rocket launches during the time the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza was destroyed. The video shows one rocket either being intercepted or failing, followed by 2 explosions on the ground. The second explosion appears to be at the hospital. IDF says the PIJ failed rocket launch hit the hospital. Video shows the fire burning between 2 solar panel layouts, one on the left, one on the right. Look at Google Earth reveals those 2 solar panels at the hospital. Right here. They can also clearly see the hospital panel holders on the roof in the street view photo. We have another angle here. IDF spokesperson says it has a recorded conversation of PIJ members implicating them in the failed rocket launch that hit the hospital. This is according to 3 hours ago. Recording expected to be released, apparently. I mean, take that with a grain of salt, of course. Interesting whistle prior to impact, according to people on the ground. Here is the IDF spokesperson claiming they did not strike the hospital.
I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the El Hali Al Maadi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from few sources that we have in our hands indicates that the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza. I repeat, this is the responsibility of Islamic Jihad that killed innocents in the hospital in Gaza. I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza.
Okay. Yeah, here's the BBC, by the way, giving their take.
The Israeli military has been contacted for comment, and they have said that they are investigating. But, it is hard to see what else this could be, really, given the size of the explosion, other than an Israeli airstrike or several airstrikes. Because, when we've seen rockets being fired out of Gaza, we never see explosions of that scale. We might see half a dozen, maybe a few more people being killed in such rocket attacks, but we've never seen anything on the scale of the sort of explosion on the video I was watching earlier, which, as you say, is still to be verified. The Israeli military.
Now, Catalina Gearbox brings up a good question, which is, where are they getting the rockets from? Well, so primarily within the Gaza Strip, Hamas manufactures its own rockets. They're called Qassam rockets. Generally speaking, as far as I could find, the payload of a Qassam rocket is around like 10 kilograms. Like, that's the payload. So like 10 kilos for explosives. They get the explosives from like scavenged TNT or ammonite, or they make their own fertilizer bombs. And that's mostly what we're talking about here. And generally speaking, that BBC host is correct. Like, a lot of the munitions manufactured by Hamas, or that are manufactured in the Gaza Strip itself, are not capable of producing an explosion that would kill 500 people. There is a possibility that there was kind of like a Rube Goldbergian effect of like an explosion hitting the right compressed gas cylinders and causing a chain reaction through the building. That doesn't seem super likely given the video, but it is possible. Paladin lost. I don't know that I can. I don't know that I can show a do your own rocket making video from Hamas on stream. I don't think I can get away with that. So much has to be taken with so many grains of salt to trust the IDF's takes. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the other part of it, right? Like, it's hard to trust the IDF's narrative when they are known for lying and they've been threatening to bomb hospitals for the last week. So, yeah. The amount of grains of salt here are hard to grant. Islamic Jihad denied that any of its rockets were involved in a hospital blast, saying it did not have any activity in or around Gaza City at that time, which seems unlikely given how small the Gaza Strip is. But, take... Again, the Islamic Jihad has motivation to lie. Like, Hamas has motivation to lie. Like, both of these organizations know that it makes them look bad if one of their rockets failed and blew up 500 Palestinians. The IDF also knows that it looks bad if they bomb the hospital, and they're going to be trying to shift the blame for as long as possible. So, again, yeah, there's a lot of speculation here. I'm going to leave it on this, which is reporting from MSNBC. Okay?
This is an absolutely classic classic fog of war situation, and we should be really clear. NBC News is not able to get into Gaza right now. The Israeli border is sealed. The Egyptian border is sealed. Our teams are not able to get there and to verify this directly. We should also say that the Israeli military at this point is not providing any evidence to back up its claims that this was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. They are citing intelligence that they have not yet made public. We should also say that this kind of death toll is not what you normally associate with Palestinian rockets. These rockets are...
And again, that's because Qassam rockets have a payload of like 10 kilos.
Dangerous, they are deadly. They do not tend to kill hundreds of people in a single strike. In the West, this is an absolutely classic...
Yeah. This is kind of where I'm at. You know, there are numerous reasons to distrust the IDF. It's also possible, and I know that this might sound crazy, it's also possible for the IDF to be telling the truth in this instance. And the reality is we just don't know. Like, there aren't enough reporters on the scene. There aren't any, no one's being allowed into the country. There aren't like UN folks who are able to go in with and like do an impartial report on what happened here. So that's kind of the thing, right? Like IDF presenting no evidence whatsoever. All of the circumstantial evidence would indicate the IDF, of course, but it is very possible that, you know, a failed rocket launch happened. All of these are possibilities. I'm leaning towards the IDF bombed it personally, but it's also possible that they didn't. And we might not ever know. Hassan's been dealing with it for hours. Stun locked, legit, like 4 hours. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to be stun locked on this for 4 hours. Sincerely. Like, in combat situations, there are going to be times where we do not know what is going on up to the minute live on stream. Their words are hollow. I opt out of caring whether they're lying or not. I mean, yeah. The bottom line is you can't trust the IDF. Now, just one last thing here. This is the Prime Minister of Israel. This tweet, by the way, has since been deleted. But Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted out, "The weak crumble, are slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or ill, survive. The strong are respected, and alliances are made with the strong. And in the end, peace is made with the strong." Which is insane, dude. This is insane. This is pure fascist rhetoric. Pure fascism on display here. And here's another tweet from him. A lot of these tweets are gone now. But screenshots persist. "This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle." Again, he's straight up saying that Palestinians are animals, that they are deserving of extermination, that they are deserving of slaughter, and that Israel will be the victors remembered by history. It turns my stomach, dude. And I think we need to watch really quick. This is from a couple days ago. Yesterday. It's from yesterday. Democracy Now! Had on an Israeli historian and a scholar of genocide named Raz Segal to talk about the messaging coming out of the Israeli government and it's really something else. So we gotta watch it. And Amy Goodman is 100% one of the goats.
Lay out your case.
Thank you for having me. I think that indeed what we're seeing now in Gaza is a case of genocide. We have to understand that the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide from 1948 requires that we see special intent for genocide to happen. And to quote the convention, intent to destroy a group as defined as racial, ethnic, religious, or national, as such, that is collectively, not just individuals. And this intent, as we just heard, is on full display by Israeli politicians and army officers. Since 7th of October, we heard Israel's president. It's well known what Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said on 9th of October, declaring a complete siege on Gaza, cutting off water, food, fuel, stating that we're fighting human animals and we will react accordingly. He also said that we will eliminate everything. We know that Israeli army spokesperson Daniel Hagari, for example, acknowledged wanton destruction and said explicitly the emphasis is on damage and not on accuracy. So we're seeing this special intent on full display. And really, I have to say, if this is not special intent to commit genocide, I really don't know what is. So when we look at the actions taken, the dropping of thousands and thousands of bombs in a couple of days, including
Yeah, but usually, PragerU, the comparison of human beings to animals is a pretext to dehumanize them and justify violence against them.
phosphorus bombs, as we heard, on one of the most densely populated.
You know, you can keep an animal in a cage. You can slaughter an animal. You can't do that to people.
Populated areas around the world. Together with these proclamations of intent, this indeed constitutes genocidal killing, which is the first act, according to the Convention, of genocide. And Israel, I must say, is also perpetrating act number 2. And
now, just to be clear, again, this guy is Israeli. This guy studies genocide. He's not being hyperbolic. This is what he has dedicated his life to studying.
And 3, that is causing serious bodily or mental harm, and creating a condition designed to bring about the destruction of the group by cutting off water, food, supply of.
Yes, exactly, Lady Ringcloud. Exactly like how the Christian fascist right wing in America refers to Native Americans. Yes.
Energy, bombing hospitals, ordering the fast evictions of hospitals, which the World Health Organization has declared to be, quote, a death sentence. So we're seeing the combination of genocidal acts with special intent. This is indeed a textbook case of genocide.
Can you talk about the displacement? Israel saying that the entire northern Gaza, now hundreds of thousands of people have complied, must move south. The northern part of Gaza is the most populated with Gaza City.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as is well known, this is an impossible order. It's impossible for specific groups of people in hospitals, people defined as disabled, elderly people, many Palestinians who refuse to leave their homes because of their histories and their memories of the Nakba. This is an impossible order. It's yet another indication of the intent to destroy, the intent to commit genocide.
And to be clear what he's talking about, the Nakba was a mass displacement of Palestinians in 1948. Over 700,000 Palestinians were evicted from their homes and sent as a cloud of diaspora across the Middle East. And frankly, at the time, in 1948, the UN condemned this and called for a return of all of the land and property taken by Israel. And to this day, that land and property has not been returned. And when he says many of them are not leaving because of the memory of the Nakba. That's because within living memory, there are still people alive who experienced it. The people who left were never able to return home.
It's also worthwhile to emphasize Defense Minister Yoav Gallant new term that he coined, complete siege. It seems like a completely new term that really takes the what was already a 17-year siege on Gaza, the longest in modern history, which is already a clear violation of international humanitarian law. It takes this siege and now turns it into a complete siege, which really signals the turn to this kind of genocidal destruction that we're seeing, including with this eviction order. It's also worthwhile to try to explain, I think, why Israel is so explicit in its declaration. We've heard Israel president talk about evil. We've also heard about Biden's use of the word evil. EU leaders describe the Hamas attack as evil, and it has to be said.
Yeah, but by the way, following the Nakba, Palestinians have been displaced repeatedly over the course of, 75, 80 years. And now there are over 5 million displaced Palestinians who live abroad because they cannot return home. I mean, it is a long-term project of ethnic cleansing, and this man is arguing that it is now rising to the level of genocide.
Said the Hamas attack were clear war crimes, the mass murder of more than 1,000 Israeli civilians, a horrendous war crime that rightfully shocked many Israelis and many people around the world. But evil is not a term to describe them. Evil is a term to decontextualize. Evil is a term to demonize and to really enhance the widespread fantasies of Israelis today that they're fighting Nazis. Actually, former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett said that directly in an interview yesterday. We are fighting Nazis. We see this in many other indications in Israeli society and politics today. And if we're fighting Nazis, then everything is permissible.
Professor Siegel, I actually wanted to go to the former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who's currently in the Israeli army. This is from a few days ago, where he exploded at the Sky News anchor Kamali Melbourne during an interview Thursday when Melbourne pressed him on Israel's attacks on Palestinian civilians. This is a part of what
This was a good interview.
What about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support, and babies in incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them. Now, the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity.
Fun fact, the world can't because Israel keeps bombing the Rafah crossing.
Or water to my enemies. If anyone else wants, that's fine. We're not responsible for them.
This is the point.
But you
this
keep
is the
on.
point.
This is the former Prime Minister.
I want to tell you, listen to me right now. I've heard you enough.
No, I understand. We're trying to have a conversation here. Listen, this is my program. This is my show. And I am asking the questions. You're raising your voice, and I've asked you, and we've already stopped, please, and let me finish. We've already distinguished between Hamas.
I want to tell you, shame on you.
You're trying to speak over me.
We are not. Shame on you.
It's nothing about
Shame on you. How dare you ask me about the consequences of the nation I previously led's actions? How dare you ask me about the consequences of our actions? How dare you?
We're trying to have a conversation about a very serious situation here, and you are refusing to address it.
So that is the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett exploding at the Sky News anchor Kamali Melbourne. Professor Siegel, you're an Israeli historian. This is what you're talking about when he uses the Nazi analogy, and also when he says, "Are you seriously talking about Palestinian civilians?" Your response?
That's exactly what we're. It's very important to understand this context, the idea of fighting Nazis, the idea of using Holocaust memory in this way. There's a broad context, a long history, of course, of this shameful use of Holocaust memory, which Israeli politicians have used to justify, rationalize, deny, distort, disavow mass violence against Palestinians. And it has allowed also a view to develop that sees Israel as somehow exceptional, providing it impunity. The truth, however, is that all perpetrators of genocide actually see their victims as dangerous, as vicious, as inhuman, right? That's how the Nazis saw.
Both strong and pathetically weak. You know, that is how the fascists do.
The Jews, and that's how today Israelis see Palestinians. And that's why the lessons of the Holocaust actually were never meant to provide cover and rationalize state violence and genocide, but rather protect groups, especially stateless and defenseless groups under military occupation and siege from violent states. The lessons of the Holocaust are now very, very urgent. We need to center the voices of those facing state violence and genocide, and we need to move to prevention as fast as possible. In order to do that, we need to recognize what's going on around us, what's unfolding in front of our eyes, which is really a textbook case of genocide, with the rhetoric, with the actions, with everything involved.
Raz Siegel is Associate Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Stockton University and the Endowed Professor in the Study of Modern Genocide. He's an Israeli historian. His new article for Jewish Currents will link to A Textbook Case of Genocide. The subtitle, Israel's been explicit about what it's carrying out in Gaza. Why isn't the world listening?
Yeah, I mean, all you gotta do, chat, is like listen to what the people commanding the IDF have to say. And at every turn, they are saying that Palestinians need to be wiped out. Every man, woman, and child. That's what they're saying. And that is what it looks like they are poised to do. Again, we haven't even seen the ground invasion yet. I mean, goddamn. This is absurd. It is absurd choosing freedom. It is. I got nothing. I got nothing else to add there. It's just horrible. All right. Now we are going to move on. We're going to move on to the wonderful world of Daily Wire Plus programming. Now, folks, as you all know, it's been a while since we checked in at our with our good friends over at PragerU, and frankly, that's for good reason. We needed to let them cook. Okay, we needed to let them cook a little bit, and well, I think you'll all enjoy their new programming block. Introducing Bent Key, the next generation of kids' entertainment. Let's go!
Hello from Lake Bled in beautiful Slovenia. Many of you know I've been in Europe these last many months working on our first scripted series for Daily Wire Plus called the Pendragon Cycle, I read these novels when I was a teenager, and they really impacted my worldview and my faith. So it's my hope that we're able to make a successful series that exposes millions of more people to those same ideas.
Wait a minute.
It's my hope that...
What is hooked up to his crotch? What's going on here? Can someone in tech tell me what is this? what is hooked up to his crotch here? You guys. The crotch gun. Ah, yes, very elusive. Dick Mike. Yeah, we gotta hear what we gotta hear what this dick has to say.
We're able to make a successful series that exposes millions of more people to those same ideas that I got exposed to
these nuts
all
on
those
your
years
forehead.
ago. It's been just a little over 1 year since Disney, the most powerful entertainment company in the world, got caught saying the quiet part out loud. Namely, that they were using their brand, a brand parents had been trusting with their children for generations, to indoctrinate those children into the LGBTQIA cult. In a leaked video, one of Disney's executive producers...
Ah, yes. Disney. We're going to gay and trans the kids. Uh-huh.
Producers said she's implementing a, quote, not at all secret gay agenda and is regularly adding queerness to her kids' shows. And it's not just the queerness Disney is promoting.
Hey,
in the
Indiana.
show Proud Family, Disney stirs racial division with songs...
Oh no! Chat. Is this what's leading to the sissification of white men? Oh my god! We're coming full circle! We'll get back to that later.
Things like Slaves Built This Country, where kids rap about descendants of slaves earning reparations for every minute they spend submerged in, quote, systematic prejudice, racism, and white supremacy. Walt Disney loved America. The company...
Imagine how out of touch you have to be to believe what he's saying right now. That Disney's transing and gaying your kids, that there is, like, in public schools, like, they're gonna make your kids rap about how they're racist. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
He founded thinks America is systemically racist. And beyond just their content...
Well, I mean, Jeremy, like, it was literally founded on the idea that black people couldn't vote and weren't human beings. So, I think that's a pretty hard argument to counter.
Disney as a corporation pushes all the worst excesses of the woke left, paying for its employees to travel for abortions, promoting quote-unquote anti-racism indoctrination of its employees, and going to war on behalf of radical left-wing social policy in Florida.
Well, A, you don't want your employees to be, like, saying things that are going to be perceived as racist, because that opens you up to lawsuits, which is why they do anti-racism training. It's specifically to avoid lawsuits alleging, like, prejudicial treatment of employees.
It would be impossible to overstate just how big a loss this is for Americans who believe in basic reality. Disney controls the greatest content library ever created. Their cultural reach, particularly with children, is beyond anything that's ever existed. Recognizing the scope of this loss, the Daily Wire announced that we would spend $100 million over 3 years to begin our own...
Yes, this is their first official children's show that they are currently talking about. It's just this guy staring at you creepily and explaining how other companies want to gay and trans the children's
entertainment company. And today, on the
100th... He's like the most evil version of Mr. Rogers.
100th anniversary of the day Walt Disney founded his company, I'm proud to announce the launch of ours. Introducing Bent Key, an entirely new company from the Daily Wire. A company
Can we just take a moment to really soak in how terrible both the logo and, like, branding is of this company? Like, it's ugly to look at. This is ugly to look at. I like, this effect right here is terrible. Is this a sex thing? No, this is literally, you could pay a guy on Fiverr to make this in like a minute, okay? You could literally go on Fiverr and get a guy to make this for you. And actually, honestly, if you paid a guy on Fiverr to do this, he'd do a better job. All right. What's it supposed to It's just a bent key. Like, it's a key that is bent.
Dedicated to creating the next generation of timeless stories that transport kids into a world of adventure, imagination, and joy. Why the name Bent Key? Why not DW Kids, as we've been calling the initiative for the last year? Well, put simply, DW Kids is just too political. Bent Key isn't about teaching kids politics. It's about childhood and wonder.
Oh. DW Kids is just too political. So Bent Key. Bent Key works much better.
And adventure. It's about values and all of the things on which politics are built later. We didn't just come up with a new name, though. We built an entirely new app that's available on all the most popular devices. There are over 100 episodes available right now today on the Bent Key app. And there will be new episodes released every single Saturday morning. That's right, we're bringing back Saturday morning cartoons. Here's a preview.
Oh boy.
Hi, you made it.
Oh, hello.
Wanna play?
I've seen enough. These two are ready.
Ready or not, here we go. Please keep your arms and legs inside the cart at all times. Hurry up, the party is starting soon. Yeah! Follow me! Where is he going? We're going on a treasure hunt. We're exploring the wild blue yonder!
It's Chilla time!
Pretty incredible.
That's actually a shocking number of shows. But also, none of these are original concepts. But also, I'm just kind of impressed that they have this much programming, even if it's devoid of original artistic talent.
It's unbelievable.
Whether big or little, little or big, we all have fabulous adventures together.
I can't wait though for each of these shows to have an explicitly anti-trans episode. You know, like on the Muppet Show, like they have like the trans Muppet, and all of the kids are like, "No, that's gross. You were wrong to be the way you are." Like it's gonna be like the most bizarro world programming imaginable. Actually, it's not. Actually, kids, it's not okay to be different.
It's time to head off for adventure. Look around you. All we need is a bit of music.
Drum solo!
Imagine this. All I see is adventure.
And download the new app, and here's what you'll find. Over the last year, we've produced 4 original series that we're calling Bent Key Adventures. The first one is called A Wonderful Day with Mabel McClay. And it's about a wonderful character named Mabel and her trusty sidekick Jasper, her pup, and they get into all kinds of adventures. They sing songs, they read books, they build gadgets, they meet neighbors. They encourage kids in this fast-paced world to slow down and take a minute to wonder.
I've got an idea. It's mine, from my head. It popped in my mind this morning in bed. Okay. This seems to be. Oh, you know what? You know what is making me? You know what is making me so fucking happy? You know that Daily Wire viewers are going to look at this show, right? This show with this lady and this puppet dog. They're going to look at this show and be like, this is just Mr. Rogers, but with a lady now. What happened? This is woke programming. This is woke programming. They replaced Mr. Rogers with a lady. And it's going to be, like, they're not going to be satisfied. They're going to call this woke nonsense. Because that is the audience that they have cultivated on Daily Wire. Normal people aren't subscribed to Daily Wire, chat. They aren't subscribed to Daily Wire. They're going to look at this and be like, this is woke nonsense. A woman doing daily activities with a dog? Did Mr. Rogers have a dog puppet? No, Mr. Rogers, though, did have an imaginary world full of puppets.
gadgets, they meet neighbors. They encourage kids in this fast-paced world to slow down and take a minute to wonder. We have Chipchilla, the first show we ever announced for the platform, now
Look, it's knockoff Bluey.
fully realized. Chipchilla is about a family of chinchillas who homeschool, a mom and a dad who create a world of excitement where little Chip and Charla and baby Chubbly discover everything.
baby Chudley? Baby Chudley? Are you fucking kidding me? And they are homeschooled. Of course they homeschool. Yeah, of course.
From world history to classic books and how to care for others. It's a celebration.
I mean, you care for others as long as they're not gay or trans. Am I right?
Of a deeply loving family that has a blast learning all of life's lessons. Then there's Kid Fit Go, a dynamic and exciting take on fitness. Kids can join our kid instructors for a fun approach to exercise. And in Kid Explore.
What? That sounds really, really weird. Why would you, yes, it's time. Put your kid in front of the TV and force them to do a workout. What? You could just let them go play outside.
Or Broadcast Cal explores the people and events that have shaped the modern world in an accessible way for kids of all ages using humor and animation and costumes. You're going to love these shows. So will your kids. Well, that's a lot of...
And if you don't, we're going to kill your entire bloodline.
Original content for a brand new studio, we wanted to make sure that our offering was robust and that kids had even more to enjoy. So we built a team to curate content from all around the world that we would trust our kids with. It's taken tens of millions of dollars to get us here, and countless...
Aw. PragerU.
Brain rot.
Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to Nikolai Prime. I appreciate it.
...hours from our entire team, but we're just getting started. And like all for-profit endeavors, we'll only be able to continue if you find value in the offering and buy it. Many of you already have. For all of our Daily Wire Plus members who've been with us for years, or even those who joined us recently, thank you. This wouldn't be possible without your support. And now, with your annual membership to Daily Wire Plus, you'll also get access to the entire world of BentKey for no extra charge. Just download the BentKey app and use the same Daily Wire Plus login that you already use, and your family can start enjoying all this brand new content right now. BentKey is also available as a...
God, we all love having two apps, don't we, folks?
...standalone purchase for just $99 a year. That's $99 to help us build the future we all want to see. $99 to build an alternative that we can trust.
Jesus.
$99 for great content that your kids will love to watch. You can get BentKey now at bentkey.com or download our app just about anywhere. It's taken 100 years to build Disney. Look, we know we aren't what Disney is today, but we hope in time we might become what they were once upon a time.
With a small loan of only $300 million, we've made this possible.
A little studio with big ideas and the courage to chase them. Walt Disney embodied the American spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation. He risked everything to build his dream.
Oh, Paladin lost. It's only bankruptcy from the jump. If billionaires stop funding them, baby.
One of his greatest risks and greatest achievements was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh.
Critics at the time called it Disney's...
Oh, guys, you aren't ready. You aren't ready. I know it's coming. I've already seen the future here. You're not ready for this.
Folly. They were certain it would be a flop. It was 400% over budget, and it would have bankrupted the entire company if it didn't succeed. But it did succeed. It went on to become one of the top-grossing films of all time. Everything you see today from Disney was made possible by Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So there's no better example of Disney's disregard for their own heritage or their disregard for their own audience than their current remake
of
their
not
own
ready.
Classic film. Walt once said about Snow White, quote, "To me, I thought it was the perfect story. I had the sympathetic dwarves. I had the prince and the girl, the romance. I just thought it was a perfect story."
The romance? What romance is there in Snow White? There's no romance. in the story. She gets kissed by a guy she doesn't know.
Fortunately, the company Disney founded doesn't agree with their founder and visionary. They're remaking their own iconic film nearly 100 years later. They've decided to make some key changes. Their lead actress, the new Snow White, Rachel Ziegler, has summed it up, saying, quote, "I just mean, it's no longer 1937. We absolutely wrote a Snow White that she's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true." While Disney still uses Walt's name, they've all but abandoned his legacy. Instead of telling stories about timeless truth, what the ancient fairy tales were all about, Disney's new Snow White...
The ancient fairy tales. Yes. Ancient. Mm-hmm. Don't look up when Hans Christian Andersen was from. Don't look up his timeline, okay?
It is an apology for their past and will expose children to the popular but destructive lies of the current moment. Which is why, in addition to announcing the launch of our kids' entertainment company, I also want to announce today that company's first live-action feature film. It's a story about a princess and a prince, about beauty and vanity, about love and its power to raise us from death to life. It's our own adaptation of an ancient fairy tale. It's coming in 2024, and it's called
Once Upon a Time. In time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
Finally! It's what you've all been waiting for! Daily Wire's Brett Cooper as Snow White in a feature film! That's right, it's Ben Shapiro's gender-bent doppelganger finally arriving to deliver you the Snow White you have always desired. Ben Shapiro has finally transitioned. Rule 34, Rule 63, Ben Shapiro. Why has God abandoned us? Oh no. Oh god. Kyrie, you think you were gifting a tier 1 sub to Claire the Egg? Oh. Fuck. I'm sorry. I was spoiled. I got spoiled on that one. And yeah, Snow White and the Evil Queen. In case you thought it was about Snow White and the Good Queen. We're getting rid of those dwarfs though. We don't want to be too inclusive with our new movie. Morby Knight. Oh god. Also, just real quick. I don't think we covered this on stream, but they showed the Pendragon Chronicles adaptation that they're making, and the behind the scenes for it. We got to go over that real quick. I think I watched it off stream. The Pendragon cycle.
This is incredibly surreal because we've been planning and dreaming about this day for months.
By the way, you might be wondering, where did all these actors come from since SAG-AFTRA is on strike? Most of them are from PureFlix movies and aren't a member, are non-union members, are not union members with SAG-AFTRA. So again, they're all scabs that work in the isolated PureFlix industry.
We just finished our day here rehearsing. We'll be ready for our Monday shoot.
No pain, no gain.
We're here, day one.
Excellent. Welcome to Production Diary number 1 of the Pendragon Cycle. We're going to invite you on with us, show you how we're doing things.
Oh, PureFlix, if you guys don't know what it is like Netflix, but for Mormons. It's entirely Christian content. Usually rom-coms about, like, you know, both saving the soul of either the man or the lady, while also falling in love with each other. That's most of them, but there are also, like, some others too. It's pretty great, but not because they're quality films.
Show you behind the scenes. 140 unit production days, 70 days on the calendar. And I know that everybody had a different journey that brought him here. For me, it started over 25 years ago. I was sitting in a little rundown apartment in North Hollywood. Didn't even know what rights were, but I knew that the books, The Pendragon Cycle by Stephen Lawhead, had really impacted me. And here we all stand once again with this beautiful work in our hands and the opportunity to bring it to life. Let's make a movie.
All I'm glad of, chat, is that Steven Crowder is not on these films. Because you know they'd put him on it. You know they'd put him in if he had signed that deal.
Yay! Woo!
We can look into it, Salmon Moose.
We are right outside of Budapest, Hungary, shooting the scene at this lovely lake, but it's a beautiful spot.
Yep. Also, the shooting of this series is subsidized by the Hungarian government, largely because, again, the Hungarian government is very, very pro-conservative ideology. It's, again, Viktor Orban is basically a fascist, authoritarian dictator.
And
yeah, Michael Knowles probably got rejected.
This area in Hungary will kind of be our home for most of the show. Good? Action.
We've been in country for the last 6 weeks. Ryan Whitaker, who's directing our first scene, has been here even longer.
And set.
So this beautiful lake plays as Cathay Lake. It also plays as our Summerlands Lake, which is in Avalak, which is where Avalak and Karis have made their home.
Do you know what the punishment was in Atlantis for betraying a king?
One more, just like that.
No!
There it is. Great. Cut. Cut.
We got it. We got it. You sure you don't want to do another one? Nah, we got it.
Here is so on it, and the safety is a protocol and such a big thing. It's just so much fun. Like, everything moves at such a quick pace.
I love being a non-union actor. You know, the safety here is top-notch, except for that time they almost ripped my spine out of my body. That part was not great, but the safety otherwise is top-notch.
When you're doing the stunt, it's like bang, bang, bang.
Well, special effects is everything. I mean, special effects is anything physical. It's rain, snow, wind, flying water. Today we've got a whole set of water cannons alongside the dock here behind us.
And cut. Wonderful. Fantastic. Cut. All right.
His inner demon, the gay thoughts.
Hard-fought battle, but my quarterback Ryan here, he threw 3 touchdowns and 600 yards today, and we couldn't have done it without him.
We hustled today. We got into a groove, which was great.
How many setups did we do?
Like 50 or
yeah,
so.
This was nuts.
Pretty focused down,
That side's fine.
That side's fine.
Yeah.
The important thing is that you both take a big move on action, because then you enter the frame at the exact same time.
Oh, fun fact for you guys. I just looked up who that guy was talking about the quarterback, all the football analogies. His name is Dallas Sonier, or Sonier. Fun fact, okay? While revenue from Cinestate productions were a fraction of major studio releases, the company remained profitable by keeping production costs low and relying on word of mouth. In 2018, Sony completed the deal to acquire all the assets and trademarks of the Fangoria brand, including the horror movie magazine, and relaunched it as a division of Cinestate. Fangoria became print-only, and Sony hired a brand new editor-in-chief, Phil Noble Jr. of Birth Movies Death. As part of the arrangement, Cinestate acquired control over all material from over 300 issues of Fangoria spanning the past 40 years. Cinestate extended its brand into other content, publishing 6 genre novels under the Cinestate imprint and 3 under the Fangoria imprint, as well as audiobook adaptations of screenplays. In 2020, following the arrest of producer Adam Donaghy for sexual assault and a Daily Beast article alleging misconduct on Cinestate sets, Sony was criticized for downplaying abusive behavior and endangering employees. The scandal led to Fangoria being sold, all of Cinestate's social media and websites went dormant, the company was closed, and its entire staff was laid off. So, just as an FYI, that guy talking about how safe it was on the set, he was doing a little bit of extra legwork for the producer here, you know?
I'll be honest, I think this is my least sexy outfit.
We could give them like a nice, old battle scar, something characterizing.
The shrine is based on an original historical building. It's a small set, but important. So yeah, we try to be as accurate as we can.
Lee, we have to do our best not to blow the floaty bits right on cast.
Copy you.
Look at this intricate hair. You want to guess how long that took?
Oh my gosh.
Every day it takes at least 2 hours, sometimes 3.
And action.
So all his angels praise him, all you.
I do have to say, yeah, the commitment to historical accuracy is pretty funny, especially considering we've already seen a scene where an armored man is shouting about the king of Atlantis. So,
Hosts of heaven praise him, sun and moon praise him, all you shining stars.
Cut.
All of the wardrobe that I'm wearing is designed by Attila and Andras. They are our A&A team. They are incredible. It's all handmade, and it's very...
Again, so I looked up who Rose Reed was. This is where I figured out most of these actresses and actors are from Pureflix films. Let's see here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Can we find this here? Da-da-da-da-do. I don't want all these pop-ups now. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ah, yes. This was the top result, by the way.
Are you chasing me, Cody Gunner?
Well, that depends. Do you want to be chased?
The characters are so well developed, and they really breathe so much life into the story.
This is
Right angry.
This is a Pureflix film, by the way.
My dad, he left when I was 11. My brother was just 3.
1,000 Tomorrows is important because it shows that people can change. I feel like Cody went through a monumental change from being in a place of anger all the time to learning how to love and be free within his own thoughts instead of being...
People can change, okay? For example, once I was a baby, and now I'm kind of a grown man.
Consumed by them.
Why do you ride sick?
My sister, she was sick too. I didn't want to live like that, you know? Locked inside, too safe to really live. One of my favorite aspects of Allie's character is that even though she is going through something most of us can't even imagine.
Okay, I'm bored now.
Very specific to moments in the script where we are dealing with.
Oh,
Pierce's
Naomi
level of
Chance,
vulnerability.
10,000%.
We're back.
We're back.
With 2 fans.
2 fans.
Because it's hot, hot, hot.
Right now we're doing a riding stunt shot through the Hungarian mountains, and we've got all of our actors back there, and then we've got the sunset in the background, and there's about 25, 30 horses up there, so pretty cool.
We are shooting scenes that take place in Maradunum, which is one of the key locations in the story.
Put Merlin here.
Action!
See this piece of artwork over here? This is where all the money's gone from my kingdom.
Amazing performances from the cast, an unbelievable performance by our crew. You'll want to be sure and catch the next installment where we will bring you our first major battle sequence that we're shooting, and we can't wait to keep bringing you this content and for you to see the finished work of the Pendragon cycle.
Dude, I cannot wait to see what a colossal money sink this is going to be for Daily Wire. I can't wait. Oh, they're not going to go bankrupt, and they're definitely not going to make money, but the entire point of what they're doing is just funneling away billionaire money. Like, it's ridiculous. And you know what? I'm glad that billionaire money is being funneled away, all right? But man, that looks god-awful. Man, it looks... You know, I might be convinced to stream some of this for the Discord. Not gonna lie. I don't know that I would do so in exchange for money to them. We'll see if we can figure out a way. Oh God. Amazing. Incredible. Okay. I am going to go to the bathroom. When I return, we are going to go through the tab I have listed as Kill Me, which is the foreign man in a foreign land video that you have all been waiting for. We're going through it. We're going into the sissification of white men. And I hope you stick around for it. It's gonna be fucking crazy. BRB. Hello, everybody. Hello, 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 good Felix. Hello, Lightfade. Hello, Shaloon. Hello, Ms. Drizzlin. Also, PragerU, thank you for gifting a sub to Stoudman. Stoudman, thank you for subscribing yourself. And my goodness, oh, PragerU, you got Mirror Halls, you got Claire the Egg, you got Nikolai Prime. You've just been sniping white names. Been sniping white names in chat today. Pew, pew. I had to prepare myself for the brain rot. Yes, I had to undergo ritualistic cleansing, lest the spirits of the damned latch onto my soul for watching this. Oh, God. I did have more fun PragerU content I could feed you guys, but I think I've teased you long enough with the foreign man in a foreign land video. Now, also, if you're over in Twitch chat or you're over in YouTube chat, or sorry, this mostly applies to Twitch chat. If you're over in Twitch chat and you want to watch without ads, you can come over to riverboat.gg. That's where the on-screen chat is. And then you don't have to deal with them anymore. But in honor of the foreign man in a foreign land video, I need to, well, I need to imbibe to reach the level of discourse that this video was intended for. God damn, that's good whiskey. Whoo! What bourbon we got? We got my favorite, Crooked Water. And this particular formulation both has one of the most badass bottles I've ever seen. And it's called Old Hell Roaring Double-Barreled Straight Bourbon Whiskey. 90 proof, 45% alcohol per volume, 750 milliliters. This is my favorite whiskey. It's just damn good. Damn good. All right. As a palate cleanser, could we watch Demon Mama's video on Kink at Pride? Depending on how long it is. Okay, no, this is almost 2 hours long. I will watch it tomorrow, though. Whew. Whiskey, yeah, you got Whiskey Boat Jack over here. It doesn't distribute to Missouri? No, it's very Minnesota grown.
Segment, I will have to be at least agnostic.
PragerU, thank you for gifting a sub to P1 Twist. And Stoutman, thank you for gifting a sub to P1 Twist.
Asterisk Stoudman asterisk gave asterisk P1 Twist a asterisk tier 1 asterisk subscription.
Hell yeah. All right, folks.
This comment.
Have I... Question. I don't think that I've actually covered a foreign man in a foreign land full video on stream before. So, folks, I only know of foreign man in a foreign land as, like, the guy who went out of his way to call Shark 300 a sea slur. And, yeah, that was shitty and bad. But, you know what? He put out, God bless his heart, a video called The Sissification of White Men. Now, as a as a former white man who has been successfully sissified, of course I saw this and I knew that I had to cover it. And without further ado, here we go. Don't know anything, we're going in blind.
This comment changed my life. It was leg day, and I needed my favorite pre-workout, but I was out of it. So instead, I read the filtered comment section. That was my first mistake. I saw the usual suspect.
True. Never read the comments. Unless you want to be hurt.
Tactical N-word variation in attempt to evade the comment filter, and this strange comment. Being the God-fearing, sexually repressed and emotional.
Wait, which strange comment? Jesus Christ.
And this strange.
Next, you should do a video on cuckoldry's sister fetish, sissification. Okay.
Comment. Being the God-fearing, sexually repressed and emotional constipated black man that my parents raised, I had never encountered this word before. So I put on my protection.
You've never encountered the term sissy before? Like if somebody's acting in a feminine way, calling them sissy is a pretty common term to throw around. You know, it insults the recipient's masculinity. It you know, essentially is kind of the shorthand version of saying you throw like a girl. And sissification is just kind of the fetishization of the you throw like a girl statement. It's kind of the kink application of that emotional response and taken to a much greater degree. So I'm interested to see where he's going with this.
And began to search. And though my computer was protected, nothing could save me from what I was about to see. I would like you on a long black.
What?
Began to search. And though my computer was protected, nothing could save me from what I was about to see. I would like.
Oh no! A femboy! Oh no!
You on a long black leash. I will parade you down the high streets. You've got the attraction, you've got the pulling power. Walk my little doggy, walk my little sex dwarf. They all love your miniature ways. You know what they say about.
Okay, my immediate question here is whether this is a video that he found. Like, is this a sissy hypno video that he found and is just including it into the video? Or is this his version of sissy hypno? I genuinely don't know. This is something he made. Okay, so he made in this video, right off the bat, he just made a sissy hypno video. Okay.
Small boys.
Okay. Okay, this is... Okay, obviously, since he made it, we have to pay more attention to the lyrics he's intentionally including in here. Alright.
Me from what I was about to see. I would like you on a long black leash. I will parade you down the high streets. You've got the attraction, you've got the pulling power. Walk my little doggy, walk my little sex dwarf. They all love your miniature ways. You know what they say about small boys.
What? Okay, so the lyrics that he put together here are again, we gotta go over this one more time. Because I find it fascinating. Look, if you had told me this would happen less than a minute into this video, I would have called you a fucking liar. It's a cover of a song called Sex Dwarf by Soft Cell. Yeah, I would like you on a long black leash. I would parade you down the high street. You've got the attraction. You've got the pulling power. Walk my little doggy. Walk my little sex dwarf. But, okay, just real quick. Just real quick. I gotta know. Okay, here are the lyrics here. From Sex Dwarf. Alright? Notice how it doesn't end, walk my little my little doggy, walk my little sex dwarf. It doesn't say, you know what they say about small boys, until, you know, two stanzas later? Like, he chose to put those together. You know, is there another part of this song where it does that? Oh, interesting. There isn't. So he chose to truncate it in this particular instance. Again.
Leash, I will parade you down the high streets.
You've got the attraction, you've got the pulling power. Walk my little doggy, walk my little sex dwarf.
They all love your miniature ways. You know what they say about small boys.
Yeah, very interestingly, it doesn't go in the song from here to here. There's an entire section here that is left out. That's very interesting. I don't know. Seems like purposely juxtaposed in order to come to a certain conclusion of his opinion on this particular kink.
A word once reserved for my hair texture has been added to the laundry list of culturally co-opted things at the hand of the hueless. That word is kink. Now that that's out of the way, I got a confession to make. You may be taken aback by this, but please don't go. Vocals. I regret to inform you that I am fatally cis and terminally het.
The hetero hell hecklers, the binary bimbos, 4 and wide.
Now, if you Quentin Tarantino and you hear
Jesus Christ,
the word kink, you probably thinking of feet. But other more cultured comrades indulge in more esoteric kinks that I won't list here because money. But there's a principle that I think most folks follow as it pertains to kinks.
Also, you can say the name of different kinks without getting demonetized. Your video is literally called the sissification of white men. Like, yeah, you might have like put an asterisk in sissification, but like your entire video is about a goddamn kink. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
So long as the kink is between consenting adults and don't include a multi-marginalized communal casting of aspersions, then the kink is cool, which is a criteria.
What? The kink is between consenting adults and doesn't include a
marginalized communal casting of aspersions.
Multi-marginalized communal casting of aspersions. What is he talking about, like race play here? Like what does he mean? Is he gonna go into any depth on this whatsoever, or is he gonna immediately move on?
Then the kink is cool, which is a criterion that this particular kink fails flawlessly in.
They call it Black New World Order.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm sorry, Lily.
Where are we?
What? They call it Black New World Order? Black New World Order. Yeah, okay. Well, it's telling that when I look up Black New World Order, I don't find, like, the top 2 results are related to not kink, but instead like secret government black ops projects and like conspiracy theories. There, and then there's here we go. We do have one here. A very mainstream, very mainstream project here. I gotta tell you guys, this is from Barnes & Noble. You can buy it. The Black New World Order breaks the racist hot wife, interracial cuckold and breeding. Black New World Order Episode 2. I don't... Okay, look, if you can brand your book series as what you are saying is a specific fetish, it's not a specific enough fetish. Like, you couldn't brand a book series, for example, as Inflation. You know, the Inflation, Episode 1. Like, no, that wouldn't work. Okay? This is... yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but I don't think that this is as pervasive enough to say that this is a wide-scale kink.
Go ahead. For STEM content, that was something that I used to consume. There's like some trans affirming stuff or some supposedly trans affirming stuff, but then there's just a lot of, oh my god, there's just so much racist, so much misogynistic, so much
transphobic.
When I listen to white men complain about white genocide, I already know that they're watching Black Cuckold.
True! Cat Black is 100% right. Okay? Cat Black, 100% right.
Like, immediately, it clicks to me, because who thinks about that much, right?
No. Like, it checks out, chat. You know, when people are virulently racist, okay, you know they watching interracial cuckoldry, all right? When people are virulently transphobic, you know that they out there googling trans porn, you know? You know.
Ship would never be the same again. This my cum-colored roommate from Bumbleclot, Iowa, while I was in college. He died.
I'm sorry, did I mishear that? Did I mishear that?
It clicks to me, because who thinks about that much, right?
Our relationship would never be the same again. This my cum-colored roommate from Bumbleclot.
I'm sorry, my brain must not be hearing that right.
That much, right?
Our relationship would never be the same again. This my cum-colored roommate from Bumbleclot.
Is he saying my cum-colored roommate? Like genuine question. Is this... Yes? Okay, that's not just me mishearing it. Right?
That much, right?
Our relationship would never be the same again. This my cum-colored roommate from Bumbleclot, Iowa, while I was in college. He died.
Okay. Okay, so there's so much going on here. He immediately transitioned from Cat Black, explaining like how bigots typically sexualize, you know, the community they'd like to oppress, and then transitioned into talking about an old roommate he had, and he called him cum-colored, and then said, someone in chat pointed it out, Bumbleclot is a Jamaican slang equivalent to douchebag or motherfucker. Okay. from Bumbaclot, Iowa. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we traveling at light speed here.
Looked like Doug Dimmadome, and his ma looked like she's called police on black children selling lemonade in the park. It only takes
why we casting so much shade at your old roommate? Like, you haven't even established that he's like what he did.
1 week for him to get all Catholic confession on me. Like, I mean, my man start bawling like Jordan Peterson. Now, I paralyzed with fear, cause whatever he gotta tell me got him broke down like Mr. Vegas. So he dab up his nose, dry off his eye, and tell me that growing up, he was taught to hate blacks. From he say blacks, you know, as a noun rather than black people, I knew what I was getting myself into. Mind you know, this is the first week of college. I ain't even get the syllabus to some of my classes yet, and my boy done gone on a whole Dwight Yoakam on me. So I have an ultimatum. I can either shuffle the deck and get a roommate arguably worse than this man, or insert dog meme, this is fine, and keep it moving, headphones.
Wait, so he's upset that he went to college and his roommate came to him like within the first week crying and upset because he was raised with racist ideas that were he was clearly uncomfortable with the racist ideas and wanted to know more? Like, I understand, like, I get it. You know, like, the blacks. Oh god, that's a huge red flag there, but like, he clearly doesn't know any better. And he's clearly upset about, like, I mean, like, sure, it's like well within your right to roll the dice on another roommate, but like also there's no guarantee that your new roommate is also going to be someone who was raised to be racist, like that. What? Like, you can sure, you can roll the dice on that, but no one is asking to say this is fine. Just like, I don't know, it seems like this guy is approaching you in good faith to try and like not be racist. Oh, maybe he was saying gum colored? I mean, that could be.
In hopes that this man don't try to ling me from my bunk bed like a wet pair of socks. Silly, naive, fresh off the boat, big body foreign. Yes, they call me that for some strange reason.
Did he just say he thought that this kid who came to him in tears was going to attempt to hang him from the bed? What?
Reason, thought that just because he grew up like this doesn't mean that he's like this right now, right? So, you know, the black proverb.
Well, obviously he's still gonna have a lot of built-in and built-in ideas from an entire lifetime of growing up with people telling him that black people are inferior. But he's clearly not comfortable with that idea when confronted by the reality of, you know, a black person. So, like, I mean, yeah, it seemed like he wanted to change, and if that's not the case, you need to, like, make that clear?
If you don't laugh, you get cry. Or get David Lynch up. So I tried to make light of the situation.
Okay, so now he's saying that this guy who approached him in tears because he was raised to hate black people and didn't want to hate black people anymore, he thinks that this guy was going to try and lynch him.
By saying that I understand, you know, you grew up in Dubuque, Iowa, literally Klan country. We had a hearty, nervous laugh, and I began to think that we'll get on like a house on fire. Probably the worst analogy I can make here, but we ball. That was my first mistake. Parents, we can roll around.
We'll get on like a house on fire? Is that a common phrase that I'm just not aware of? And if it's if it's not a phrase, then why did you say it? Because I don't... It is? I've literally never heard that before. It means to get on very well. That seems like a crazy phrase for that. It's a British phrase? Didn't, like, most of London burn down at some point? Like, man, okay. It's a very common phrase. All right.
And Mr. and Mrs. de Madame son, where'd you find this? Took some time from bleaching their hoods to visit their son in college. And they felt bad for Twinkle Twinkle Little Lashy Me, because my parents were all the way back in the Bahamas, which, I ain't gonna lie, it was tough to see all of the Brady bunches of cream of wheats taking selfies and thing while I hear marching down Minecraft and throwing back bags of ramen and noodles. So Daddy Doug had a genius idea. How about you come back to the Buke with us? Let me tell you something, my big woman them, and my big man them, I was looking like this. I was looking for any and every excuse not to accept this one-way ticket to Clanton.
I mean, you could just say, no, I have plans here. You could just turn that down.
Clanton, just left Clanton. But before you know it, I was in the backseat like groceries.
Why? Why? Just say no.
At the sanctity of my university in the rear view, and welcome to the Buke sign growing closer and closer with every second. We're home. I look up, and I could not believe my eyes. This had to be a setup. I wanted to turn around right then because every moment that I spend here, I was spitting in my ancestors' cotton-stained corpses. I pull up to this literal plantation home. I mean, I could still see the blood, sweat, and tears on the grass like morning dew. I didn't feel like the boy from Get Out. Every neighbor had a MAGA flag. Like this one neighbor had a gnome, right? But it wasn't even a gnome. It was a minstrel.
Jesus.
So begrudgingly, sphincter tighter than Arthur Fist or the grip of goomers that they have on their... And you wouldn't believe who I saw on the couch. Me more. So my roommate introduced me to his raisin cosplaying grandmother. She the one favor Sophia from Golden Girls. Weirdly enough, she made me feel somewhat safe. Like, this family ain't gonna try to lynch me with Mima sitting right there eating tapioca pudding. But as I say that, I hear this pitter-patter resounding from the stairs.
Fun fact, by the way, John Brown used Iowa as his base of operations for anti-slavery campaigns due to its lack of extensive history as a slave territory. Just FYI.
You know who it is? It's Lassie running down the stairs. Like, they can't be that bad, right? They got a dog. Till this happened. Like, I should have seen this as a sign to just get the hell out. But my head too hard. Pause. Lassie started barking at me like Lady Bird. Daddy Doug come coddling the dog like, damn, she's never been like this. And I bet, Daddy Doug, I bet she's never been like this.
Is he upset that a dog barked at... Jesus Christ. No, I said the opposite. I said the opposite, Paladin. Like, in total, I think in all of Iowa's history, there were like 16 enslaved people recorded. Which is still terrible. But, again, there was a reason why John Brown used the area as a staging ground for his anti-slavery campaigns. I guess I'm just like... Iowa's like 90% white. Like like a colossal percentage of white people. Like, there's not like a class you can take your dog to like make the dog less racist, and also sometimes dogs just bark at people, man.
Because this probably like the most melanin Lassie ever see in her damn life. It wasn't until later that the Mars came crashing down, and I saw what was really going on. We was at the dinner table. You know, Karen made burnt ends, macaroni, potato salad, a smorgasbord of unseasoned food. And I put my best Sidney Poitier, guess who's coming to dinner impression, and scarf that food down like Texas Roadhouse as a means of survival. Then finally, Mima breaks her silence for the first time since I reached. I thought she was non-verbal and blind this whole time because she ain't say a damn word to me. And the first word that this woman could say nearly caused me spit out this nearly alive animal because Karen ain't cooked this thing all the way through. This must be sushi how raw this shit is. Anyway.
Why is this happening?
I don't know, PragerU. I don't know. What is the point of this story, dude?
Mima say, Doug, get the toes. I say the what? Now, mama, Jesus Christ on the back. I stood up in my ashy blackness and bellowed, what in the Jeff Foxworthy is going on in hell? I couldn't even threaten to call the cops because they probably still call him the slave patrol around these parts. Daddy Doug stand up, redder than a lobster, and storm out the room. Karen clutching her non-existent pearls, and then Doug walked back in the room with this bowl. And I legit thinking that they have a bowl of severed black toes, and Doug opened his mouth up with a sigh. Big body foreign. I hear they call you that for some strange reason. I am sorry. Mima has dementia, which makes her speak out of turn sometimes. Mima stand up and expose the whole family. Why y'all acting like we don't eat toes for supper? Mama, it ain't toes. I open up my mouth. I put my hand in my I put my head in my hand and I say, for the love of the Lord, can you please stop saying the N-word? Can you just wait until I leave? Can you wait until I leave and say it behind my back like the normal Americans? Because if y'all keep doing this, I gotta have a whole...
Is anyone enjoying any of this imagery?
No. Also, this sounds...
racial sensitivity training in Dubuque, Iowa. But I still couldn't get over the fact that there are severed black toes in a bowl on a dinner table in the year of our Lord and big black baby Jesus. Doug started laughing as he told me that they're not actually toes. They're Brazilian nuts. I didn't believe this, man. I look inside the bowl just to come to the shocking realization that, damn, these are really nuts and they do vaguely resemble black toes. But that wasn't the point, right? Even if they do look like black toes, you can't call it that.
I mean, you're right. Don't call them that. Also, old people, especially old white people, gonna be racist, especially if they got dementia. Like, I'm sorry, like, people with dementia cannot control themselves with social niceties. Like, I don't know, like, Mima was probably alive during like the Civil War. Like, what? I'm sorry. Like, yes, she should not be racist. Also, old people with dementia say the darndest things. Oh, God. I mean, was this entire story to show that, like, the guy who came to you upset about the fact that he'd been raised in a super racist environment came from a super racist environment when you went with him? That, I mean, like, even if the story is made up, which, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's not made up. I'll give him that. Like, what is the point of this story? Like, yeah, some people... Also, wait, what is the point of this story, and how does this story relate to sissification? We are so far gone. I completely forgot that this entire video is about white men becoming sissified.
And in that moment, I felt so foreign, pun intended. Here's this whole cultural tradition that this family has that they deem to be the norm, but to me is a perversion, a deviation from decorum.
Akumi gave me a hug. Here's
Aw.
a sub.
Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to Akumi. But, like, I'm sorry, they knew that this was a deviation from decorum, and they wouldn't have used that language. The only reason that deviation occurred was because of a woman with dementia who couldn't read the room.
A straight line in a crooked world. A kink. Carolyn Shabazz, based surname by the way, defines a kink as the use of non-conventional sexual practices, concepts, or fantasies. The term derives from the idea of a bent.
I don't think this relates at all. I'm sorry. Like, the transition here, fucking crazy, dude. I do not for a second believe that you had to spend 8 minutes telling that story and shitting on this guy who wanted to not be racist. And the entire result of that segment was just to use it as a springboard to talking about kink, when this does not have... That story had nothing to do with kink at all. Grandma over there, Mima, wasn't getting wet at the idea of calling them that.
In one's sexual behavior. To contrast such behavior with straight...
Rad Little Razzie, again, haven't seen this video. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that he is going to try and conflate, like, the sissification kink with racism. Given that earlier in the video we saw him mention that Black New World Order is a prominent kink in sissification, a prominent part of sissification circles. I'm going to guess he's going to try and link the two. I'm gonna go out on a limb on that one.
Or vanilla. It is thus a colloquial term for non-normative sexual behavior. So despite the overdose of melanin my body has drowned in, I may finally fulfill Fanon's proposed desire of every black man. To be vanilla. Wouldn't Ruckus be proud? This is a deafening definition drenched in heteronormativity, which reveals how...
Yeah, he's going to relate sissification with kind of some of the racial connotations of cuckoldry, and relate that back to this story. Yep.
Straightness is defaulted in alignment with white normalization and religious piety that determines which sexual acts are white, I mean right, and which are wrong. Engendering a strict sexual regimen that prioritizes men in masks, shelves women and femmes, and most of all, incarcerates our sexuality. This is...
I'm sorry. 1 second. We gotta go over that one more time.
With white normalization and religious piety that determines which sexual acts are white, I mean right, and which are wrong. Engendering a strict sexual regimen that prioritizes men in masks, shelves women and femmes, and most of all, incarcerates our sexuality. This is why kinks ought not be tabooed whispers, but instead buoyant bugles that shake the foundations of patriarchy and liberate our sex. Kinks are keys to the chastity of our identities. And all of these jail allegories are shouting to me to finally get to the painful part of this entire video. I've stalled long enough.
My rear end, true story, my dad, who is Jewish, briefly attended Iowa State University. While there, he met a very sheltered Christian student who asked my dad, "Are you Jewish? And where are your horns?" Yeah, I mean, like, if you are from Iowa, chat, you are incredibly sheltered from people who are different from you, like, demographically speaking. And, like, that's not because that's not because they're bad people. It's just because of where they live and the demographics of where they live. You know? Like, that is not a failure on their part that they happen to be born there. And we know that, you know, people from Iowa who move to, like, the big city, you know, New York City or something, we know that once they're exposed to people who are different than them, they learn, they grow, they become better people. They become more accepting of others, other genders, other sexualities, other ethnicities, other cultures. Like, I don't know, shitting on someone who just happened to be born someplace where there's a predominance of ignorance of other cultural practices just seems, I don't know, seems pretty weird to me, but yeah.
I had the pleasure, the unique privilege and distinct pleasure of chatting with two of my favorite creators and a special guest that not only consumed the kink that we're discussing today, but curated and created content for this kink, all of whom are trans. This is like the Posse movie without ball culture and the AIDS epidemic. ADHD tangent, yeah, you know what time it is. But why anytime when I see an AIDS commercial, it gotta be a black queer or black queer person in the B-roll? You think cis het folk them ain't out here catching AIDS? Why in the year of our Lord, 2023, are we still getting propaganda that perpetuates the myth that AIDS is a queer and colorful experience rather than a human one? Anyway, all-star
What? I really just wish this was leading up to a coherent argument here instead of just taking wild divergences. Like, this is a scripted video, my guy. You're choosing to water down your argument, and I have to wonder why. Usually that is a sign of a weak or bad argument.
Trans cast and one token straight, your boy, big body foreign. I guess this is the world that these unscrupulous leftists want.
Forced fem content in its basic form.
Forced feminization, for me, inherently triggering and very upsetting.
How much there is to unpack here. Jesus Christ.
In order to understand the racialized forced feminization fetish, we need to look at interracial porn. Not actually look at it, but investigate the meta of it.
I mean, you don't have to. You can just look up sissification porn? Like, is he going into sissy hypno? Well, he's saying you have to look up interracial pornography first in order to understand sissification. But also, yeah, one of the weird parts here is that he's instantly conflating consuming pornography and, like, having a kink, and also conflating the production, like, what pornography gets produced with kink itself. And, like, there's a lot of intersecting issues already with just that, right? Like, yeah. What's interesting to me is that he can't go into sissification porn on its own, or just the sissification fetish. Like, those are two different things. But he immediately has to say, well, in order to understand this, you have to understand interracial pornography. But it's like, no. People who have, like, a sissification kink aren't necessarily into interracial pornography. And also interracial, like having an interracial kink is not the same as sissification kink. Like, there is overlap there, but there's overlap between all kinds of different kink, and especially all kinds of overlap between different kinds of porn. You know, like it's wild that he's like there's so much conflation going on here. And I mean, honestly, the reason there seems to be so much conflation going on here is because I think he is not secure in his own argument.
You can let it go now. Ain't nothing happening here.
Well, yeah, our family, he's just poisoning the well. Yeah, because he's insecure about his argument.
Interracial porn has always been a widely consumed commodity, as it's inextricably tethered to the racist institutions of a white cis supremacist patriarchal society. Despite the most searched term on the hub being lesbian and anti last year, the interracial fetish culture has steadily increased as an allegory for America's racial divide, reaching canyon-esque widths. Studios such as Blocked have burgeoned beyond the bedroom and have been neologized into our everyday vernacular, solidified in meme culture, and immortalized in song. But other corn houses have been peddling jungle lust as a genre for decades.
Well, I mean, I would say it's not just decades. Like, this genre of like interracial romance, or interracial, you know, relations with sexual contexts goes all the way back to like the beginning of American literature. You know, like the captured woman narratives written about like, you know, white women being captured by Native Americans. Like, this is you can find it even farther back in time before then, in narratives throughout history. Like, this has existed. This isn't a new phenomenon. The newness of it is related specifically to the internet and the distribution of the material. And I mean, like, this seems again to be a non sequitur.
Back to the days of DVDs and even brothels dedicated to white cis mandem finding pleasure in the very bodies that they would punish by way of policing, redlining, transatlantic slave trade. You get the picture. I ain't got enough time to be listing all the things that the white mandem done. Yes, Lord.
I mean, like, yeah, marginalized people have typically been the subject of like exoticization and sexualization. Like, these two things have typically gone hand in hand. Like, there was like an element to like sideshow freaks. I don't know what like the modern equivalent of it would be, but like where sideshow freaks would be sexualized. You know, they'd be kept in cages and like be trotted out to be viewed by the public. And, you know, some members of the public sexualize that. It's kind of, it goes hand in hand.
And this dynamic is not only in corn, but in intercourse in general. This hierarchical arrangement of bodies either being the dominator or the dominated is a reflection of our society in general.
No. Some people, like just in terms of, wait, is he saying corn? Yes, he's saying corn instead of porn. He's saying that having sex is divided into doms and subs because of this particular dynamic. That's not why people are doms or subs. Like, also, some people are tops and some people are bottoms. Like, that's not because that's not because of the power imbalances of society. It's because they prefer to be on top or they prefer to be on bottom. Like that's where that comes from. It's not, those preferences, you know, aren't being shaped because of power imbalances in society. It's because in relationships, power dynamics can be fluid and, you know, mutually agreed upon.
It's either do or be done to. But kink is a revolutionary way forward, as it subverts the norm. Sex is powerful, political, and public, as well as private, personal, and poetic. But the plot got knots.
What was that
As well
edit?
as private, personal, and poetic.
What, like... Like, why? What is this weird transition? Like, these videos are edited in such, like, a breakneck way. It's wild. This is so frustrating because, like, this makes it seem unless you have sex through a sheet, there's some kind of power imbalance. I mean, just inherently in relationships, there are going to be power imbalances. But, like, the part about, like, sex and navigating sex and kink are that they are, you know, predicated upon mutual agreement, right? Like, you are both consensually agreeing to the power dynamic. You are both consensually agreeing to participate in different kinks. Like, that comes from a place of equality. That's actually, having respect for consent is actually a radical position in favor of equality and egalitarianism. So, like, this talk of this coming from, like, a, like, power imbalance in society, I think you can make that argument for some kinks, right? Like, you can make that argument for certain kinks. Like, part of the sissification fetish and kink is that, you know, there are power imbalances in society between how men are perceived and how women are perceived, and there is a certain amount of, like, shame that can be sexual to some people in, like, if they are, like, a man being sissified. You know, there's an amount of, like, power being taken away, there's an amount of vulnerability there, but that's still consensual, right? So this isn't like, and there's nothing wrong with that when it's being done consensually. It's playing with societal power dynamics, and that's fine. The same way, like, people play with gender dynamics in their day-to-day presentation, that's fine. We all navigate this, whether we think we do or not, every day. Every day, all of us, without fail, are navigating lines of gender, power, sex, etc. And some people just find like, the bending of those rules in some way sexual and fun. And you know what? When enjoyed consensually with someone else, that is totally fine. So I'm wondering where he's going to go with this.
But the plot got knots this time, as we see this kink reiterating the trials and tribulations of the transatlantic slave trade, but with a twist.
What the fuck?
Or kink, if you will. I'm gonna milk this one for everything it's got.
You have the person being feminized and the person doing the feminizing. Basically, you've got somebody who is a masculine man person who is being turned, quote unquote, turned into a woman, or being forced into a feminized role, forcing them into makeup, forcing them into clothes, and making them hold certain postures. It's basically like forcing somebody to put on a drag show, but, like, generally it's like between two people.
Forced feminization involves sexual role play of cishet mandem undergoing involuntary training and transformation into women or femdem.
Yeah, but this is, again, the involuntariness of it is an act. It's like, you know, consensual non-consent. You know, that it is an act. They are consensually participating in this activity. It is a fantasy.
Using things like wigs, lingerie, clothing, and heels. The ultimate idea is that the forced femme has failed so stupendously in their masculinity that the only logical decision is to become a woman and sex.
No, not necessarily. This is where he's wrong. You know, like, this isn't that they have failed so spectacularly and been, like, broken so that they have no choice but to become a woman. Like, I mean, sure, that's one way it could go, but there are a lot of other people who participate in this kink in very, very different ways. Yeah, this is like saying there's only one way to, like, role play being an astronaut coming home after like crash landing. I don't know, like, if that gets you off. Like, there's so many other ways you could, like, role play this scenario. And, like, the idea that, like, oh, well, all sissification is in fact, you know, I almost said bread, stems from, like, the failure of your manhood, you know, being forced into it. But, like, not all sissification is like that, you know? Not all sissification is built around breaking masculinity. Sometimes sissification is completely self-voluntary, right? Like, sissy hypno, for example, is a very popular subgenre that appeals of like the sissification kink, where people are just into watching videos that claim that they're going to hypnotize you into being a woman, and like it's just for like a fantasy of being hypnotized into it, but like it can be self-inflicted, you know, in some situations. It doesn't involve being broken or, you know, having a desire to be a man stripped from you. I didn't know sissification was a thing at all somehow. Yeah, I mean, it's not like the most popular thing, but it's a thing.
Actually serve an actual alpha male.
What a lot of people might not understand is that cross-dressing in general is predominantly a cis hetero male fetish. And a lot of it comes from this idea of feminine things as inherently forbidden. And
I don't know if this is true. I don't know if, like, obviously because of like the demographic that I'm in, I'm more familiar with cis men who do cross-dressing. I don't know if that's like, if that's predominantly the case. You know? You know, drag queens often get a lot of the attention, but there are certainly drag kings. Yeah, I don't know about this.
For a lot of people, they may initially find appeal with forced feminization because it is often presented as one person leading another person through femininity in a very affirming way, right? So if you are a cis hetero man and you have a curiosity for feminizing your body or for being feminine, or maybe you are a trans woman and you are, you know, overwhelmed by this idea of people not accepting you, or of you never finding a woman who's going to be attracted to you as a person who does feminine stuff, it's common for you to...
Cat Black is like actually really good at this stuff. Like, obviously I have issues with Cat Black's content sometimes, but like this is Cat Black doing what she's best at. Like this is a good explanation of what this is.
To look at this forced feminization kink in a very different light, because a lot of times it is a woman, usually a beautiful woman, leading a man through the process of feminization. And for a lot of people, that can feel really affirming. It can feel like you're finally in a situation where you're being embraced, like your highest fear of someone rejecting you for being a woman or for being girly or whatever, it's kind of flipped on its head.
As aforementioned, it's easy to wag fingers in the face of this fetish due to the tangible dangers that we're about to embark on.
Well, okay, also, one thing that's telling in this video is that he keeps saying, he's like conflating both he's conflating like pornography, kink, and fetish. And in a deep dive on all of this, like, those three things are very different, right? Like, a kink is just something that you are into that, like, you get off to, you know? A fetish is something you need in order to get off. That's the simple way that I've been told, like, the difference between the two, you know? And then pornography is what is made to cater to, you know, different kinks or fetishes. Yes, he is lacking precision in his language in this video, and also, I think part of it is intentional in order to make his arguments stick together.
But let's take a charitable perspective for a second. This fetish can engender an environment where folks who fear or are not familiar with their gender expression could roam like an open world of identity.
I only bring it up because I want to like be 100% honest here. Yeah, just like very uncomfortable to admit, and this is not something trans people talk about with other people, because I think something like a man being feminine can be so like violently repressed. When people raised as male start to like maybe consider options.
Why is there like horror movie music being played behind this? Why? You guys hear this?
When people raised as male start to like maybe consider options outside of that, the first thing they often go to is sexual. A lot of people's gateway into being trans, like their first dipping their toes into it, is through like cross-dressing. I tend to think these people that we're talking about today, it's not that, you know, it's not out of a love for femininity. It's almost out of like a looking down on it.
And
this, by the way, this directly contradicts what Cat Black just said in the video. Like, this directly contradicts what Cat Black just said. Like, hey, just
Society.
real quick.
These people that we're talking about today, it's not that, you know, it's not out of a love for femininity. It's almost out of like a looking down on it.
So Cat Black talked about how like forced feminization can be an affirming way for people to explore their gender identities. Cat Black was talking about how like this kink, it can be an affirming way to step outside of your gendered confines. And this is directly in opposition to that. I wouldn't say that this is turf shit. I would say that this is saying that this is like trying to draw a weird line, right, between like, oh, well, not trying to draw a weird line. There is a tendency among trans people to want to distance ourselves from the idea that, you know, being trans is a kink or like sexually gratifying, you know? And so, like, a lot of trans people just aren't comfortable with the idea of cross-dressers, right? But the fact is, there are cross-dressers. Cross-dressers play with gender. And a lot of trans people, when doing gender exploration, play with gender as well. The main difference is cross-dressers can be playing with gender in, you know, a non-sexual way. They can be playing with gender in a sexual way. They can be playing with gender in just like a fuck it, they want to, like a gender fuck kind of way, you know? And this idea that because you're playing around with gender and presentation, you are looking down on femininity seems to me to be a deeply weird position to take. Now, it's true that in some circles of people playing around with their gender identity in cross-dressing or sissification kinks, that sometimes part of what turns people on who participate in that is the idea that being a woman is in some way like humiliating to them as a man, or presenting as a woman is some way humiliating to their masculinity. And to them, that's part of like the sexual nature of the situation. But again, that is not indicative of, I would even say, the vast majority of people who participate in kinks like this. Sometimes it's just the taboo of playing with your gender or presentation at all, given how tightly men's fashion is controlled. You know, like, yeah, it has intersections with misogyny. It has intersections with a lot of different aspects of society, right? But that doesn't mean that it is inherently tied to looking down on femininity. And it seems weird to have the Cat Black interview where she's saying this is an affirming way, or can be an affirming way, to explore your gender, or gender expression, and then have horror music playing over a separate interview where they're claiming that people who are participating in this kink are looking down on femininity itself, on the concept of being feminine, which, you know, I don't know what this video is trying to say at this point. So I think what the video is describing is the paraphilia associated with genre of kink, where it's people with unhealthy relationship with their own sexuality and a deep-seated hating misogyny tend to be the people who get targeted by this genre of kink. Yeah, but if that's the point the video is trying to make, it's doing so extraordinarily poorly.
In a society right now where transness is under so much scrutiny, discussing the intricacies of transness, especially in mixed company, like when we discuss like black politics and just like the sundry of it all, in mixed company where like your most trollish white folk can then begin to poke holes, like, see, I knew black people were bad, like, because this black person is now talking about black Republicans. We know that people can take this and use it to weaponize it against talking about it rather than treating it with the nuance it deserves. So I appreciate that.
When I was a lot younger, I found my trans identity through actually that's where I learned about transgender people. That's the first I had ever seen transgender people in any sort of way that wasn't just, oh, a man who had his cut off or a man who wears a dress or something like that. And like, because that was the entire framing that I'd had before, is that that's what that was. And then I get to, and I'm searching, exploring, and I'm like, oh, that's me. Okay. There's also wondering, how come I'm a category? How come I am like tightly relegated into a category and will not be seen outside of that category? I am at least like seen as a straight category, or as like a category that can be in multiple sexualities,
but okay, this is now talking about a completely different thing and phenomenon, which is the commodification of trans people within the porn industry. This part of the conversation has nothing to do with sissification as a kink.
I'm still just like, unless I'm clicking on trans, I'm not seeing trans people. There are no trans people unless I click on the trans category. Trans people don't exist in unless you click on trans. I was really repressed. I wasn't able to explore and talk about these things with friends. I didn't have family I could talk about this with. I didn't have trusted others that I could talk about with. So the only way that I learned about my sexuality really was watching. And I watched a lot of when I was younger. I used to watch hours of every single day. You get to a point where it's easy to get through all the videos on a website very quickly.
Jesus. What? Y'all going through every video on Pornhub? That's a lot of porn. What? There's not a lot. I'm willing to grant a lot of charitability when I go over videos like this. I'm gonna call bullshit specifically on that. I'm gonna call bullshit specifically on that.
And to be like, okay, well, what's next? I want to find another one. I want to find something else that gets me off that isn't the same thing that's gotten me off already. And what I'm noticing now is I'm looking.
Yeah, maybe you run out of videos on a hyper-specific kink. Maybe this person's talking about, like, porn Tumblr blogs because it's back in the day. Like, maybe that's the situation we're talking about. But if it's, like, you go to a mainstream porn site, like you run out of videos? Nah.
I was looking for identity. I was looking for me. I was looking for compilations, and then I start finding that the compilations with hypnosis elements, where you've got a nice soothing voice in the background with some nice soothing music or some beats, binaural beats or whatever, and they're telling you nice things in your ear, and it's like, oh, I've never had anybody actually be like this with me before. I've never had anybody be soft and gentle with me before.
Yeah, like part of the allure of like sissy hypno is the affirmation that is so lacking in other areas of everyday life for like trans or gender non-conforming people. And there's an awful lot of trans and gender non-conforming people who have simply walled themselves off of the possibility that they could be trans or gender non-conforming because they know that existing in society that way would alienate themselves from, their friends, family, spouses, etc. Goodness.
And once you get into the hypnosis videos, it's like Force Femme just like kind of flows from there, because some of the Force Femme things can be really hard to swallow for people. And, if they were under hypnosis at the time, it might be a bit easier, that kind of.
Well, the dynamic, okay, real quick, because this hasn't really been articulated yet in this video, and we're about halfway through it. Typically, how Force Femme works is that there is some sort of pretext under which like the forced feminization occurs. There's a narrative of like, oh, you're being blackmailed. If you don't do what I tell you, everyone's gonna know what you're into. So you gotta do what I say, otherwise I'm outing you to everybody. Or, oh, you gotta watch you watched these sissy hypno videos, and now you're all sissified, and the reason you're gonna be doing what I tell you is because of the hypnosis. It worked. You're my plaything. There's the pretext that then allows someone in this roleplay environment to explore both the kink and like possibly their own identity. That's how this works, right? I feel like people aren't acknowledging is that porn makes the happy chemical, and sissy porn / force femme can trigger gender euphoria. So you have happy chemical and gender euphoria, and boom, you have kind of a self-medicated situation going on. Yeah, exactly, loser. Yeah, I did this to all of you. I forced femmed you. Goodness gracious. You seem to know a lot about this. Well, yeah, I've encountered like sissification porn before. I'm not super sheltered in that respect, you know? Like, this isn't new information for me. Like, that's how a lot of this works. And again, this is also kind of the commodification of that kink, because a lot of what Foreign Man in this video is talking about is the commodification of the porn industry of that kink, and the repackaging of it and the selling of it to people who are interested in it, or interested in somewhat related parts of it, you know? And what I'm saying making sense to you guys? Or do I need to, like, rephrase it? Yes? No? Is this making sense? Hey, Surfer McGritty. Jesus Christ. Just tell me it made sense or not, chat. For crying out loud, please. Do I need to restate this for you? Kinda? Made sense? Well, yes, exactly, Molly Millions. Because this video is inconsistent in whether it's talking about the porn that is trying to appeal to this kink, the product that is being made by an entire industry designed to appeal to this kink, or the kink itself, or whether or not, like, or the fetish, you know, the fetishization of it. Okay, I'm glad you guys get it.
Thing.
Also, man, we got a lot of people in chat today calling me mentally ill. Sad part is, I'm mentally more well-adjusted than those folks. Go to therapy, and I know what issues I have. Unlike the people who come into my chat to tell me I'm mentally ill because they lack something deeply, deeply necessary in their lives. Hope you all get well soon.
Fem content was always this place where, at very least, somebody was saying that I was feminine. Somebody was pushing me towards being that feminine ideal. Just let me escape my life.
Kay's story is synchronously heartbreaking and heartwarming. And with
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting, actually. Yeah. Here. Just as an FYI. Look at that. If you try and search hypno on Pornhub, your search could be for illegal and abusive sexual material. That, like, you literally cannot find sissy hypno on Pornhub. That's wild, dude.
Lily's reiteration of exploration avenues some trans folk them may peruse, being one of the sexual, it purports a harrowing and hallowing reality. Heteronormativity and cis white supremacist patriarchy have coalesced in an Avengers-esque form to push people that don't fit the mold to the fringes of society. Transness is not inherently other. The experience has always existed. I mean, as a cis black man, there are things of my experience that defy the mold of manhood and blackness garishly. I got more cake than a bakery. I got more buns than the Krusty Krab. I probably got more than your gal. If you's a gal watching right
He talks about his ass a lot.
now, I probably got more than you. I bet you. Yes, Lord. And having is a feminine trait in the society, because patriarchy encourages a body type that is desired by the male gaze, as well as, for a lack of a better word, breeding material. Yes. Many cis folk themselves deviate from the idea of cisness in varying degrees, but trans folk are more bold with...
Well,
in a certain sense, Jack's haters are right because she is the illest.
but also, like, it's not just related to, like, breedability. It's related to, you know, thrusting as well. So, like, I don't know, having, like, a big ass and hips, you know, like, a lot of people are into that regardless of gender. Big asses are typically sexualized in women for, you know, breedability, and in men for thrustability. That's, yes. That is true. I don't know that this is a controversial statement from him.
With their departure from the shackles of sex and gender, they're braver. But these institutions have a vested interest in sorting people into categories in order to best exploit and subjugate them. Hence why transness is exotic under the current creed that we are governed by.
Well, wait. No, transness is considered exotic largely for the reasons he said, but also because there are a few number of trans people. Like, there's a limited number of trans people. Like being super into, like, trans people to the point of being a chaser, like, that is, you know, all I'm gonna say is, like, there are a limited number of us to, like, woo. Well, I'll put it that way. I just don't, like, so much of this is incomprehensible.
Much of trans existence online, which is not only a good and a bad thing, but due to these institutions, a necessary and pragmatic one. Games like The Sims have graduated to VR chat, where many trans folk can experience gender euphoria and boldly break the eggs that they were so cloistered in. But sometimes the route to one's authentic self is not as accessible as an online game.
True. There are many paths to your authentic self. But also, like, for me, I keep coming back to, throughout this video, you can play with gender in many, many different ways, whether you are trans, questioning, or cis, or non-binary. Like you can play with gender for any variety of reasons. And, like, as a trans person, I don't have a problem if a cis person wants to play with their gender in a way that gets them off. And they're using, like, the unfair current power dynamics that exist in our world. That it does not harm me for that to happen and for that to exist. Like, I'm wondering exactly, like, is this going to go in a direction where, like, this kink and allowing this kink to exist is therefore strengthening the existing power structures of, like, you know, of gender and sexuality that we have? Because I don't necessarily think that it does. You know, he hasn't made any of the arguments necessary to prove that, and I think that's where he's going with this. But I'm curious to see how this works out.
Some trans folks' way to wholeness is a treacherous one, filled with potholes and detours that, but for the world being more inclusive of identities in variegation, these trans folk may not have had to wend that way. Had the paths for personal liberation been more clearly defined, supported, then maybe she would have been able to find herself as easy as it was for me to find out that I'm a cis man.
Is there a chance that, like, deep down, some of them are trans and, like, this is the only avenue they can find to express it is through racism?
What? I mean, I guess, but, like, you can be into, like, sissification without playing into Black New World Order. Again, like, where did the racism come from? Well, earlier in the video, remember, he talked about Black New World Order at the very, very, very beginning of the video. At the very beginning of the video, he mentioned the concept of Black New World Order pornography and like subgenre of like sissification kink. Well, so here's the thing, Trans Girl Jade, I don't think necessarily the person he is interviewing is leaping the Grand Canyon with that take, because we haven't seen the full interview. You know, like, it's quite possible that, like, the editing here is doing the people he's interviewing dirty when it comes to, like, where this is coming from. I don't think that this came out of, you know, nowhere in this interview. Like, I think there was a prompt. Like, there's a question that prompted this response in order to get this on camera alongside, like, Black New World Order. You know, like, yeah. And, by the way, just as a quick aside, like, when it comes to, like, sissification as a kink, what you'll notice here is that Black New World Order and hashtag white inferior, again, a lot of this is playing into, like, black supremacist propaganda. Like, it's, part of it is a reaction to, like, the Black Hebrew Israelites who have, like, you know, white people kneel down and lick their boots. There are videos of that on, like, going around the internet, you know, all the time. And granted, Black Hebrew Israelites are not, like, a mainstream thing at all, but, like, they exist, and, like, it gets roped into, like, these subgenres of kink, because guess what? You'll never believe it, chat. Some people are really into licking boots in a sexual manner. And is it really that big of a surprise that, like, videos that go around like that are going to wind up giving people ideas related to their various kinks? To me, it's not surprising at all. It's not surprising at all, chat. BBC cuck porn is different from sissy porn, though. Like, it's sissy via different lens and comes from a different paraphilia. Like, sissy can stem from femdom, and cuck porn / hot wife is very different in content. Well, yeah, exactly, Killjoy, but also, again, part of the incoherency of this video is the conflation of kink and porn, right? Because he's flip-flopping between talking about kink and porn interchangeably when, again, those are two very different concepts. And if he was talking about kink more clearly, he would be able to articulate exactly what you're talking about in your comment there in chat.
You know, is there, like, a world in which a person needs to give themselves permission to be feminine, and the only way they can see themselves doing that is this, like, uncomfortable question? I don't even know if I want the answer.
But the marginalized spirit is so indefatigable that it will contort to whatever it's cloistered in, like water in a bottle. We ought always focus on the institutions rather than the individuals when deciding where our energy is best placed. But the way to understanding these very institutions, especially the one that we're talking about today,
we're not talking about an institution, though. We're talking about a kink, which is individual human behavior. Like, if anything, you should be talking about it in, like, a sociological context. You know, like, why does this subculture exist? How does it behave, etc.? You're not talking about an institution unless you're talking about the pornography industry, in which case, talk about that institution, how it operates, how it monetizes kink content. You know, there's an entire video there to be made about how the pornography industry shapes kink and is shaped by it. Like, that would be a really interesting video, but this is just a mishmash of different ideas trying desperately to relate it to something else. And I think as we continue to go further, like, it's pretty clear that this is trying to, like, rope sissification into, like interracial I guess fetishization.
Are through the individuals in this case. That said, this movement is home to very heinous happenings.
My femininity is not, first of all, it's not sexualized, right? Like, first and foremost, I don't see femininity as inherently sexual or forbidden or kinky.
The fetish is based in their state of their body. So they're going from like a body they see as like default as unremarkable to one that they see as like inherently sexual. Why does going on hormones make you inherently sexual, right?
Okay, again, this is where it feels like these interviews are disingenuously put together. Because sissification is not necessarily about it. Most of the sissification porn that I am aware of, or the sissification kinks that I'm aware of, do not involve like fetishizing being on HRT. And yeah, again, the horror music comes in here.
Like, what's up with that?
I don't really enjoy feeling like somebody's interest in femininity is specifically tied to a misogynistic view of a woman's sexuality. Some people who are into forced feminization kink see being feminine as the lowest thing you can do. That's part of why it's sexually appealing to them, because it's degrading for them to be feminine.
Why is a body like mine more like worthy of fetishizing, right? I want to know what's humiliating about being more feminine.
Well, again, nothing inherently. But I find it very interesting here that like the scare music that's coming in, the da 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 da, you know, da 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 da. Like, why? You don't need that if you're making a compelling argument. Yeah, like there are multiple levels going on, right? There's like the being changed against your will, being manipulated by someone else into a form that is being perceived by someone else to be more desirable. There's the gender element, certainly. There's like a sexual component to it as well. It operates on multiple levels. Yeah, objectification as well. And yeah, there's going to be also portions of this that are rooted in larger real world components. Like, why is it acceptable in our society to say to someone you throw like a girl as an insult? You know, why is it acceptable to talk about how weak women are? You know, like these are standards that exist throughout all of our society, and those are standards that everyone plays with to some degree. And, you know, you might object to it, you might rail against it, and that is completely valid because those standards are unfair. But everyone plays with these cards that they're dealt, and sometimes people play with them in sexual ways. You know, this, by the way, is not limited to, like, sissification. This occurs in, like, hetero cis relationships where people will play into preconceived notions of what it means to be masculine or feminine. You know, women will play up being weak and powerless in order to be more submissive bottoms. Like, this is a thing that happens in all sexual relationships to some degree. And what's frustrating here is this video is framing it as if this is unique to sissification kinks, but it's not. You know, we all live in this cultural, social soup that we collectively make together. You know, we all live in the soup, chat. And the issue is, like, you know, being aware of it to some degree is good, because that means we can change it for the better, you know, overall. But also, like, there's nothing, like, we play with the hands we're dealt, you know? In 200 years, people will look back and consider us very, very backwards in our thinking because of all of the ways we viewed each other and different, you know, men, women, non-binary people. We're gonna look back on now, and it's gonna seem very, very strange, very backwards. And like, the reality is, like, we can't, there's nothing we can do to transcend that. Whether you decide to be like the most heteronormative cisgender person you can possibly conceive of, who has the most vanilla sex you can imagine, they are still going to be playing into the sexual dynamics, the gender dynamics that we have, that we've had instilled in us or developed within ourselves if we happen to be more aware. That's all part of being a human being and trying to progress culture. And frankly, I don't think that there is going to be a time when people aren't doing role-playing. Whether that role-playing is of different genders or sexualities or scenarios where those lines are blurred. I don't think that there is ever going to be a time where people aren't role-playing like different professions and the power dynamics that exist between different professions. You know, like, this is a thing that happens. And the scare music being played behind this is, I mean, I think it conveys that Foreign Man is deeply uncomfortable with something here. You know, I don't know if he's uncomfortable with the fact that there's like this gendered line being played with, or this sexual line is being played with. Perhaps he feels like maybe this is like a threat to his masculinity. I don't know. Or maybe he just feels like it's good content to monetize, you know, to scaremonger against kink content. I don't know. But we'll continue with this video. Maybe we'll find some answers.
A lot of men who want women submissives don't want trans women as submissive. Some people do.
Okay, I will say Cat Black, usually pretty correct about this stuff. I do not believe that she's correct on this one. In my experience, a lot of men want trans submissives. Holy shit, they want trans submissives.
But a lot of them don't. And if they do, sometimes it is tied closely to some of those fetishes, right? So I've definitely had dominants approach me who were interested in sort of doing like sissy play like that. And for me, that's, you know, I always want to be respectful of other people's thing. But it's like vomit inducing for me personally. Like, the idea of somebody looking at me and seeing me as a sissy and wanting to sissify me, which of course there's a degradation aspect to that. It's just so offensive.
Forced feminization.
Okay, well, you know, I think we got, immediately after I unpaused this video, I think we got the answer. Immediately after bringing up that concept, we got, I think that Foreign Man picked that interview clip and immediately answered my question. I think that Foreign Man is using other people to make his opinion about this kink clear. Again, this is a scripted video. You know, he knew all the components he was working with here, and I think he used that particular interview clip to convey to us exactly what he thinks. Because you know what, like, as a trans person, right? Like, I can say I feel the same. I don't want people necessarily thinking that my femininity, my feminine nature is a put on, is like a, you know, a kinky thing for them to play with. But I don't begrudge other people doing that with people who are interested in that. You know, that's fine. Personally, I don't want to be looked at as like a objectified, degraded, like person who is affecting femininity. That's not my thing. But I totally accept that there are other people who are into that, and I don't necessarily find that disgusting. You know, the existence of these people who are into that does not disgust me. And I do have to say that it's very interesting that in a lot of these interview clips, we don't hear the question that prompts these responses.
Is kissing cousins with hypnotism, cuckoldry, and BBC content. And I ain't talking about Doctor Who. The first cousin of the force femme kink on their mom's side is the BBC fetish, which dehumanizes by way of deification the masculine black body. When you put it like that, y'all may have guessed by now that the cuckoldry and BBC fetish are derived from the transatlantic slave trade, where black women were viewed as highly promiscuous.
Well, no. Cuckoldry as a concept predates the transatlantic slave trade by quite a long period of time. Like you can look back at like European imagery from like 1,000 years ago and like see artistic representations of the cuckold. It's a common but narrative concept and also like visual concept. You can see like art of like cuckolds with horns. You know, like this predates it. So what he is talking about is cuckoldry in a maybe a pornographic or a fetishized context, which in the modern day does have certain racial connotations. Though again, those connotations are not like a rule. They're just kind of like a generalization that comes packaged with it as a result of, films like Birth of a Nation, popularizing the idea of, the primitive black person coming to rape the white women. Like that's kind of what kickstarted this modern conception of, associating blackness with cuckoldry. But this is not, and by the way, again, you can look at the kidnapped narratives of like white women being kidnapped by indigenous people. This is something that has, a direct line from the past, but it didn't come about because of the transatlantic slave trade. It was popularized in the Americas because of the transatlantic slave trade and the printing press, but again, predates a lot of that stuff.
While black men were viewed as sexually deviant, predatory, and extremely tall and masculine, combine race with the known...
Unless he... Okay, maybe I misunderstood if he's talking strictly about BBC cucking.
Danger of masculinity, and you have a recipe for disaster.
Take my taser, that's no Nelly.
On April 4th, 2018, an anonymous post was made on the taint of the internet 4chan. An individual making a call to action to feminize the incels of 4chan, even if it means by force. And ain't on with the alias Rico. I assume that's how it's pronounced, Rico. So not anonymous, I guess, because you got a whole name, right? Rico preyed upon a particular subthread. I don't know what they call it on a hellscape. Subthread named R9K, where majorly cis men that have withdrawn from society congregate to vent about their dissatisfaction with their disenfranchisement. Rather than being a men's self-help forum like the great folks there over in r/men's lib, R9K has fermented into a breeding ground that can be linked to some of the most egregious incelic events of the last decade, such as the South Polk Community College attack. It is apparent that the folks coming here ought be helped, but instead, they've been herded for nefarious activities, and one of which was this. As is commonplace with online forums, some folks post things that don't quite fit the theme. Whether it's me and FD link dumping in r/breadtube, or flooding this hub for lonely men with what I understand to be trap threads. These trap threads would exhort these lonely anonymous users to cross-dress and even transition to cure them of their disposition. No, this ain't naive, foreign, mistaken, a queer affirming thread on 4chan to be a trap thread instead. This was predatory grooming, much like Matt Walsh and them claim trans folk to be doing, but instead it was apparently a cis dude grooming these users by seeking out lonely victims to feminize them. It would later...
I mean, yeah, 4chan's a terrible place. I'm where is he going with this? Like, I can tell you guys terrible stories about 4chan posts. I don't know that this necessarily has to do with his greater thesis, though.
It come out that this was a concerted effort to feminize folks for fetish.
Reiko's trap harem refers to a controversy surrounding allegations that an R9K poster on 4chan associated with the Discord handle Reiko convinced various young men to take hormone therapy pills and become traps. According to the allegations, Reiko forced several R9K users into his harem by persuading them to share nude pics of themselves after they'd taken the hormone therapy pills. To prove they were taking the drug, these were subsequently used to dox and blackmail them, although this was never confirmed. This was never confirmed?
Even so far as to blackmail these folks into transitioning. Whether folks truly transition is up for speculation, but what is obvious is that this is a repugnant case study of forced feminization.
It's not a case study if you can't prove there was a case. What? This is a case study that we cannot confirm actually happened. What the fuck, dude?
As a means of predatory fetishization.
I mean, like, if you can't prove it happened, then you might as well just make up an even worse story.
If you're able to look past the invidious act of preying upon presumably men that are in dire need of help and...
Again... This case study, you don't... 4chan is anonymous. You don't know who is being preyed upon here, and since none of this has been confirmed, you can't even prove that this happened. Like... Oh my lord.
Community. Then the apparent misogyny that this is drenched in by deeming women and femmes to purely be sexual experiences, as well as the humiliation kink suggesting that this is an embarrassment to be a...
You know, guys, I read on the Something Awful forums a while back about this really tall guy who shows up at parks and abducts children. People are calling him the Slender Man, and you know, never proven. But I think this is an excellent case study about the dangers of really tall people, especially men in suits. Really tall men in suits, very dangerous. This is an excellent case study that proves that.
A woman.
I think I want to go live in the forest for 200 years. Going on hormones and all this is such a big thing that changes so much. I have so many questions, like, you know, how are they even getting them if they're not trans?
It is inherently fantasy for most of these people, right? So a lot of these people...
Guys, like, just to, like, pause for a second. See if I can find it. find it. There was a post, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it right off the bat, but there was a post when I was a babby trans, and even before I was a babby trans, you know, before I recognized myself as a babby trans. But there was a post that I think originated on 4chan about how to feminize yourself, and the post was essentially like, you know, a couch to 5K workout routine with, like, you know, do more squats, etc. And then be sure, one of the pieces of advice on it was be sure to drink out of a water bottle with BPA in it, because it will help feminize you. And like, that's the type of stuff that was mostly on 4chan. And by the way, it didn't help. It would help. It did help you get in shape, but like, it didn't, like, you know, eat plenty of like phytoestrogens found in soy. Like that was like the extent of the argument. You know, eat a lot of soy and you'll be more feminine. Drink the BPA out of the BPA water jugs, because it'll get you like more estrogen like compounds in your body. And like, that was a real thing that went around the internet. And you could use that as an example. Those workout plans, those suggestions to feminize yourself, those are real. Those floated around 4chan and like other places on the internet. But they aren't scary enough for this video, you know? Like, those aren't scary enough to have, like, you know, scary background music playing. So you got to choose something that isn't confirmable. You have to choose something that, like, would have been scary if you could prove it happened.
People are not actually in any meaningful way transitioning, right? What they might do is, like I said, take photos from other people. Like, I've definitely seen, just because I've been online for too long, people take photos of people who I know and like pretend that they are that person going through.
Yeah, like, also, Cat Black is giving a lot of really good responses here that I feel are being used disingenuously by this video.
Transition, right? Like, the forced feminization community does do a lot of like stealing photos of actual transgender women, you know, as a way of expressing their fetish. So what you may see and think, oh, these people are actually transitioning, it's not that. And in fact, for a lot of these men, the fact that it isn't real is kind of like why it excites them, right?
Yeah, again, what she's talking about here is what I mentioned earlier. It's the provided pretext for the feminization, you know, like, which can then free you to act in those like kinky ways. You know, there needs to be like that pretext, though.
How this materializes, how this impacts a transgender woman is that, generally speaking, if you're a trans woman...
Wait, did she say actual transgender women? Wait.
Does do a lot of like stealing photos of actual transgender women, you know, as a way.
Okay, like, I think in context that's fine. Like, actual they're stealing photos of actual transgender women to pretend to be those transgender women. Like, that seems like it makes sense.
Expressing their fetish. So
does phytoestrogen actually do anything? No. Not meaningfully.
What you may see and think, oh, these people are actually transitioning, it's not that. And in fact, for a lot of these men, the fact that it isn't real is kind of like why it excites them, right? How this materializes, how this impacts a transgender woman is that, generally speaking, if you're a trans woman posting photos of yourself on the internet, and especially if you're a transgender woman who has documented your transition in any way, if you have shown yourself change or whatever, the content that you post will ultimately be taken and stolen by forced feminization blogs. So what you'll see a lot is you'll see actual transgender women being reposted on forced feminization.
Oh, here, I found like at least part of it, right? I can't show the entire page because it's kind of sussy, but I'll show you this one. Like this is like the extent of like the content, right? That like I was seeing for real life being passed around. You know, like, oh, look, it's a couch to 5K routine with little anime pictures. Cross-dressing feels so good. You know, like, and you know, like it's how to achieve trap mode aesthetics. For a feminine ass, you need to bulk up your ass muscles, especially your gluteus medius, which will make your ass round and full. Like it's just, yeah, here we go. Most environmental sources of hormones are incidental and will be filtered out by your body. Your body has only so many hormone receptors. This is actually better advice than what I got years ago. But yeah, still pretty bullshit. Spearmint tea, 5 cups per day, and saw palmetto, 500 milligrams per day are great anti-androgen supplements, which will lower testosterone and reduce body blah blah blah. And then there's a pseudoestrogen in Puerera mirifica. Yeah, again, those are bullshit. I do think it is somewhat funny though that like the amount of sissy porn and sissy content in this video, the amount of content he would have had to go through to get stuff like this. I mean,
blogs as, you know, a way of feeding into the fetish, right? You started here, now you're here. These are things that are projected onto you. Your images are stolen to make inferences that are not true. I actually, years ago, had a...
Also, just out of curiosity, I don't think Cat Black was putting this on screen behind herself. Like, this is probably edited in by Foreign Man? Yeah, like this feels weird to juxtapose next to Cat Black's head while she's talking.
Of feeding into the fetish, right? You started here, now you're here. These are things that are projected onto you. Your images are stolen.
Also, again, sorry, I know I'm fascinated by this. Like, the implication here being that this is sissy, like sissification fetish or sissification kink being represented here, but like, how are we to distinguish this from like a transition timeline? What is that behind? Well, so all of this has been juxtaposed behind her in editing. So, like, this is her actual room that we're seeing behind her. It's just that the green screening effect that Foreign Man put into his video is not handling her hand movement well.
Now you're here. These are things that are projected onto you. Your images are stolen to make inferences that are not true. I actually, years ago, had a transition timeline because I was like, this is when my channel only had like 5,000 subscribers and like I just wanted more views, frankly. And then somebody downloaded it and reposted it on a fetish forced feminization page. And it was so uncomfortable because you have somebody now taking your story, taking your experience, and fetishizing it.
But wait, there's more. You also have the transphobe.
Well, wait. Yeah, that's like what Cat Black is describing there is basically a form of like non-consensual pornography. Like somebody made a sissy post with her pictures in order to like get off other people, which is, yeah, obvious. Like, yeah, she is completely entitled to feel uncomfortable about that, but that's not unique to sissy kink, to the sissification kink. That's just blatantly non-consensual pornography.
By infantilizing transness, exotifying transness, and most of all, deeming it to be an inherent sexual experience, thus denying trans folk autonomy and wholeness by limiting their spectrum of self to just sex.
One of the
No? We're talking about a kink. Kinks are about sexual desire. Sissification is a kink. So it's going to be about sexual desires of people who experience that kink. Like, any sexual desire can wind up objectifying somebody. Cis hetero people objectify one another all the goddamn time. All the goddamn time. Like, it's just that trans people exist on a marginalized vector, which, you know, leads to a disproportionate amount of objectification, I would argue. Like, this is not unique to trans people. And also, like, sissification isn't necessarily even about trans people. Like, sissification and, like, what happened to Cat Black happens also to countless cis women who have their images stolen and put in, like, sissy caption content. You know? Do you think it's also really shitty to go to one of the only communities that is in fact a genuine paraphilia based on misogyny and self-hate? Wait, sorry. Do you think it's also really shitty to go to one of the only communities that it is in fact a genuine paraphilia based on misogyny and self-hate? Like 4chan is about the only place where you can be positive that everyone on the site is miserable and want other people to be miserable, like using them as evidence is such a poisoned well. Well, yeah, absolutely. You can find any kink on 4chan. You can find any kink on 4chan, and most of the people engaging in that kink are going to be engaging in it in the worst ways possible. You know, like... like 4chan is a bad place. Like... Is anyone surprised that, like, oh, you went to 4chan and you found people being, like, weird and unhealthy about, like, their sexual desires? Yeah, no shit. No shit.
The central parts of it is
we have the scary music back again.
Humiliation is that this is some sort of humiliating thing, that they are going to be now in some sort of lesser role, that they're going to be taken down to the level of a woman, to a place where they deserve. Every single video that's just like, the primary focus of the video is you are supposed to focus on just the Tyrone aspects of this person and worship it as God, basically. Since you as a white man are so tiny and submissive, and look at your tiny and haha, look at your small arms, and it's just like, you are pathetic and weak, and that you are never going to be able to compete with black men because they are the...
Yeah, and by the way, like, again, there are going to be intersections here of, like, different gender and sexuality concepts, because we all know women can be buff as hell and strong as shit, okay? We know that. But one of the gendered expectations that gets played around with a lot in any type of sexual dynamic is, you know, women being weak. That's a concept that gets played around a lot in all kinds of sexual situations. And, like, it doesn't make it right to, like, you know, have this association between, like, black people and domination, or like white people and submissiveness. Like, that doesn't make that right, but like, it exists in our society, and people play around with the concepts that exist around them. It would be fair to say he's using these interviews as props, and it's really frustrating that he's using trans people as props in his videos. It feels really gross. Yeah, I mean, like, what it feels like in this video is that he is using his guests as proxies to say what he really wants to say himself, but feels like he would get too much flack for if he actually stood up and said it with his chest, you know? That's what it feels like to me. Yeah. How long are we into this? We are half an hour into it. We have about 20 minutes left. This feels like an infinitely long video.
The strongest, most powerful thing, so you may as well just go ahead and start feminizing yourself now, and start taking, estrogen, because you're such a weak boy, and, you gotta become a sissy for black men, and that's...
Goddamn. Fetishization can sometimes be tricky to identify because it's easy to write off as a sexual preference and can be masked by...
Wait. No? People have different sexual preferences. Like, some people prefer, like, women with thicker thighs. Some people prefer, like, women who look like they may be blown away by a strong breeze. This is something that people prefer, right? Preferences exist. You know, some people prefer, they exist, right? But yeah, part of what is happening with sissification and sissy, like, kink, it can intersect with issues of class, of race, of gender, obviously. Like, these are, like, all components of, like, how we interface and interact with society come to play when we're talking about sexuality. Like, it's where a lot of things intersect with one another. Like, this seems like it seems like he's being baffled by the idea that all of these intersect on some level. And he's still conflating it with like the porn industry and the pornography that is produced, and like the monetization of a lot of this. Like, when, again, it's telling that one of the top results when I searched the Black New World Order on Google, one of the top results was a book to buy. You know, like, was a you know, like an erotic fiction book. Like, yeah, like, that's the thing, Erica, right? Like, sissy kinks aren't inherently tied to race, but race can play a component in sissy kink, right? Like in sissification kink. You know, like, the same way race can play a role in pretty much any kink. But that doesn't mean that's the main thrust of the kink, no pun intended. Do you think this is a really bad faith interpretation of the "we must elevate marginalized voices"? Because this feels like it's a cis dude cherry-picking loaded interview questions to splice a video that makes it seem like trans people dislike trans porn / sissy porn in a very cynical way. Like, I know these people probably didn't want the image put in the background of their interview. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think he's using these people as proxies for what he actually wants to say, but he thinks that by using them as proxies, he will be able to dodge criticism from the, community he has cultivated and become a part of. And I I can't say that he's wrong. He's going to be able to dodge criticism because of this. It's going to be, I think, a very successful tactic for him. Yeah, I think it's going to be successful in his, in his circle, his immediate circle. But I do want to say it is a pretty cowardly way to avoid saying what he actually thinks, in my opinion.
Compliments, adoration, or genuine appreciation. And I want to be clear here again, fetishes by themselves aren't problematic, as fetishization on a basic level is simply just the sexualization of something, which
not necessarily. Simply just the sexualization of something.
Which can then make it desirable. As Dr. Donna Oriola once put it, it's not wrong to be attracted to skin color, body type, hair, or cultural descent, but only going for certain phenotypic traits disregards others' humanity and places them into a category of something to possess or conquer, which can be led to violence against Black bodies.
How's it racist to say that I want to have a BBC? Bruh. Like, it's a category. It's a category, and the amount of times I look for BBC gangbang, one female, 6 BBC guys.
Back to the BBC thing. This fetish is all about worshipping the onyx obelisk.
I don't necessarily think that's the case. Some people just want big dicks. Like some people just want big dicks.
And uses animalistic verbiage such as studs and stallion. It's not just soy boys or chads who are into it. No. It's Karen and her Queen of Spades tattoo and breeding kink. It's your alpha male obsessed friend Cody who enjoys being locked in a chastity cage with a...
Also, like, to be 100% real with you guys, I don't know that there's any actual evidence that, like, Black dudes tend to have bigger dicks. I don't know that there's any evidence of that, like, scientifically. So, I don't know. Some people, I think, are under the impression that, like, it's scientifically true that Black people have bigger dicks. Free yourself. If you're into big dick, just be into big dick. You can. There are many people with big dicks out there.
Spade logo, which classifies him as being automatically subservient to the Black men who will plow his wife like it's reparations for never having received those 40 acres and a mule.
The kind of white men who...
What the fuck, dude? Wait, that was like a fucking wild segment, real quick.
Verbiage such as studs and stallion. It's not just soy boys or chads who are into it. No. It's Karen and her Queen of Spades tattoo and breeding kink. It's your alpha male obsessed friend Cody who enjoys being locked in a chastity cage with a spade logo which classifies him as being automatically subservient to the Black men who will plow his wife like it's reparations for never having received those 40 acres and a mule.
Like, this is deeply weird, right? For those of you who lack the knowledge here, I believe this guy hosts a podcast called No Jumper, and this is his wife. And this is a guy who, and I think she like opened an OnlyFans or something, and this is a guy who had sex with her. Like,
will plow his wife like it's reparations for never having received men logo, which classifies him as being automatically subservient to the black men who will plow his wife like it's reparations for never having received those.
I'm sorry, like what is the
It's Karen and her Queen of Spades tattoo and breeding kink. It's your alpha male obsessed friend Cody who enjoys being locked in a chastity cage with a spade logo, which classifies him as being automatically subservient to the black men who will plow his wife like it's reparations for never having received those 40 acres and a mule.
Okay, so he's saying here in the I'm trying to break this down because this seems so fucking wild. So he's saying that this man is effectively locked in a chastity cage with a spade logo,
which classifies him as being automatically subservient to the black men who will plow his wife like it's reparations for never having received those 40 acres and a mule.
Again, like, he's saying that Adam 22 gets off on being a cuck because he really enjoys like black men fucking his wife. Like, but like I just have to say, like, this is such a weird thing to say when you have no idea what the dynamic is between that guy and his wife and like her pursuit of sex work. Right? Like, you have no idea. As far as I know, Adam 22 hasn't said anything about like being like how he loves being a cuckold. He's just said he's fine with his wife doing sex work. And Foreign here is saying that because his wife had sex with a black man, that Adam 22 is sexualizing this experience, when I don't know that there is any evidence to that effect whatsoever. It is a massive assumption, and I think he's just inserting it in this video to reference something that's topical. And I think that this shows, and I mean, we've seen numerous examples at this point, exactly where he's coming from on this. Do you think that's rage bait? No, I don't think it's rage bait. I think it's banking. I think it's banking. God, I can't enunciate. I think it's banking on the fact that people aren't going to be like, hey, wait a minute. And they're just going to be like, I understand that reference and move on. You know, without people thinking about it for like a second, right? Yeah, exactly, Nikolai Prime. Being fine with it and getting off on it are very, very different things. And, like, either way, like, if you're into, like, cuckoldry as a thing, like, that's cool. That's fine. As long as everyone's consenting, that's fine. You know? But then, like, to assume that he's specifically into it because of the race dynamic, which is what the context of this is like an additional layer of, like, assumption to all of this. It's like multiple levels of assumptions that need to be true in order for this to actually work. Oh yeah, no, Killjoy, again, it's a marketing tactic for him. You know, people in the audience are going to understand the reference, and eventually it's going to get to the larger community that he's name dropped, and well, they're going to be mad at him, but it's going to get his video a lot of attention, and that seems to be, and I'm not super familiar with a ton of his content, but that seems to be his modus operandi. Foreign man's, that is.
The kind of white men who feel like they are being feminized.
Oh, also, just real quick, it's really fucking weird to associate, again, with no evidence to back up your multiple assumptions to get you to that point, that like, oh, well, Adam 22 is allowing a black man to cuck him with his wife, specifically because something reparations, 40 acres and a mule. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
By inherently having sex with a black man or being submissive towards a black man, or also the kind of men who really get off on seeing white women do that with black men.
Okay, I'm really not going to lie. If I was someone who agreed to do an interview like this, and like porn wojacks and like references to this were in like put behind me, green screened in behind me, I'd be pretty fucking furious. This is, I think, deeply disrespectful to his guests, and it's deeply weird. And yeah, I oh my god.
Right? And so what they're sort of doing is imagining, you know, that they are in that position, and when they're in a relationship with someone, a lot of times this is, you know, I want you.
This is a consent violation. Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree to that. You know, like Cat Black in this video earlier talked about not being okay with her image being put on top of like sissification porn, and like her image is now being put on top of other types of pornography, and it's just fucking wild. I can't, dude. Like, this video is terrible on so many levels. Like, on the basic level of the argument it's trying to make, it's bad and falls apart. It's deeply disrespectful to the people who agreed to be interviewed for it, whose interviews are being cut up and juxtaposed next to one another with, like, horror movie background music. Like, he's putting pornography in the background of, like, his guests. Like, this is crazy levels of bad.
To, you know, my wife in a way that I've never been able to, and feminize me, right? Now, of course, like I said, there are people who, when they're exploring that fetish, feel.
Oh, wait, also, what is this? Why did this get put in here? What is this? Is this Sneeko's wife? Did Sneeko, like, or is this just Sneeko watching two people have sex, which is what a lot of people do when they watch pornography? Sneeko admitted to being cucked once. In Foreign Man is Foreign Land is Zoomer pilled hack. I gotcha.
Me, right? Now, of course, like I said, there are people who, when.
But, like, again, there's nothing wrong with this, actually. Like, there's nothing, like, there are so many things to criticize Sneeko about. Like, Sneeko is like a simp for Nazism, okay? Like, him consensually watching, like, his partner have sex with somebody else, and all of them are consenting parties, there's, like, this is not something to criticize him about. Criticize him on the Nazi shit. For fuck's sake, dude.
To and feminize me, right? Now, of course, like I said, there are people.
And again, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land is putting that meme in here. That's not something that Cat Black put into the video, into her interview. That's Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. So, like, why? It's because Foreign Man in a Foreign Land finds all of this inherently disgusting. Like, it was a rhetorical question. He finds all of this disgusting and deeply, deeply objectionable. You know, he wants to vomit in his mouth at the idea of, like, cuckoldry, at the idea of, like, sissy pornography existing or sissy kink existing. He finds it something that is evil. Okay? Because I can't come to any other conclusion because, like, what is being presented here is just, like, memes that he is inserting into his video whose only point is to basically be like, see, Sneeko was cucked, haha. Yeah, but why is that bad? All of the people in that were consenting. It's fine. He's putting all the really weird porn memes, specifically when Cat Black is talking, which is either a very unfortunate coincidence or just flat out malicious, since Cat is the only black woman he interviewed. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to assume it's malicious, but it is deeply weird and disrespectful to edit this stuff over your guest. Right? Like, again, this is a scripted video. He could put those memes anywhere in the video. He could put these memes over when he's talking. And it does. I don't know that he's being malicious towards Cat Black. I wouldn't assume so, but it does beg the question, like, why is he only putting these memes over Cat Black? I think that is a worthwhile question to ask.
Who, when they're exploring that fetish, feel, oh my gosh, I might be trans, and then they might actually pursue it. But usually that's because they're trans, not because of the fetish so much, right? Transitioning is really gnarly, right? And so much of what these men...
Also, I'm not gonna lie, the horror music being like put over all of these testimonials by trans people about transitioning is honestly, like, I hope that they're angry about it. I hope they have the self-respect to be angry about how they are being framed in this video.
Actually fetishize in all reality is their position in this as a white man, and specifically as a white man who has the power to define this situation for exactly what it is. Because one thing you'll find is so much of it is based in how much the man is actually enjoying it. He might say, please her in a way that I've never been able to please her. Like, in his mind.
Also, just again, why doesn't he include the questions in these videos? I just find that so fascinating. Like, he doesn't include very much back and forth in these interviews.
Say, please her in a way that I've never been able to please her. Like, in his mind, the fetish may be that he's trying to, like, satisfy her, or, you know, have her be satisfied. But really, it's about him getting his kink, you know? And a lot of these couples that I've seen, a lot of times it is like the guy really pushing for it and the girl could take or leave it, right? And I've seen more than a few times where they did this thing, they did the cuckold thing, but, like, he actually didn't want it to go the way that it went. Sometimes, you know, people end up doing this and it ends up ruining relationships because maybe she really does want to leave you. Maybe she really does want to leave you for this black guy, right? And that's where the line gets drawn, right? That's when the racism and the other isms are, like, not that far, you know, behind all this, right? Because some of the appeal for some of these white men in these positions is the fact that this white woman is lowering herself to do something that she wouldn't usually do because he wants it. It's mostly cis het men, because a lot of these men will maintain a very particular masculine normative image, and then behind closed doors, they're a sissy pass around bottom slut, right? And I've seen so many people like that, right? A lot of these men don't...
Yeah, because they want to blow off some steam. Yeah.
Actually want their wives to leave them for black men. They don't actually want to bow down to the Black New World Order or anything like that. Their fetish is specifically seated in the idea that they, as white men, have immense power and they can define a sexual scenario that pleases them to their very T.
The forced feminization kink is
Again, I think Cat Black is very intelligent, and I really liked her contributions to this video. In fact, it would have been a much better video if it was just a conversation between Foreign Man and Cat Black on this, instead of fear-mongering about sissification porn and or kink. It's very confused about which they're still talking about.
Self-identifying cis male fantasy to become a docile woman or femme with a hyper-dominant partner. And when you look at it, it's a harmful, toxic blend of misogyny and racism to perpetuate a culture of self-loathing and harmful stereotypes.
Wait, again, not necessarily. There's nothing inherent to wanting to be, or having a desire to be force feminized and wanting to be, you know, the slut behind closed doors. You know, the sassy bottom slut who gets passed around behind closed doors. That's fine. The issue that I do think, by the way, I do think that, what's the title of this video? The title of this video is The Sissification of White Men. What I think is interesting here is, like, and I think this goes for any, like, kink, any preference you might have in life for, like, regarding, like, other people, right? Is to ask yourself why you have these preferences. Why do you feel strongly about that? Why? You know? Why do you feel like you have a preference for black men or Asian women or white girls? Like, why do you have that preference? You know? And I think sometimes you might find that maybe that preference is derived from like some sort of racist ideology you might adhere to or idea you might have, you know, that was instilled in you by society. I think it's good to interrogate those preferences and those desires. But I also don't think that, like, in consenting company, that there's anything wrong with, you know, engaging in fantasy or role play. And yes, all of these unhealthy things can exist outside of sissification kink, outside of sissification porn, and are present and exist arguably to greater degrees in cis hetero spaces. Frankly.
These retroactive reprobates apply misogyny and racism to master, leading into another strange fetish, gooning, derived from the mental state in masturbation where
By the way, again, the idea that these are all strange and weird and out there fetishes, like, it wild to me. But also, you know, I think, again, indicate where he's coming from on this video. I can't believe he's gonna talk about gooning, dude.
a person becomes mentally blank and is overcome with pleasure, leading to a trance-like state and more susceptible to exposure to other forms of kinks. According to their
Oh no! Oh no! Wait, I was not prepared. Chat, he's about to argue that when you're gooning, when you're edging yourself, when you've gone to a degree of sexual lust and entered your trance-like state, you could be actually sissy hypnode. I can't believe that that's where this is fucking going, dude. He's literally about to argue that if you're gooning too hard, if you've been like edging yourself for hours, you're gonna trick yourself into new fetishes. I can't, dude. I can't believe this is real.
dedicated and regularly updated subreddit, this is designed as a gateway to kink for those who believe that their sexual prospects are impossible.
It's not. It's the same concept as what I was talking about earlier with sissy hypno videos. It's a pretext. It's a pretext to, like, then justify pre-existing kinks. That's it's the same concept that I've been talking about.
Sissy is really purely a sexual thing. That's been my experience. Because it is a term for someone being feminine, but also being like pathetic and powerless. And so I guess it's kind of beyond me why someone would claim that unless it was for like a humiliation king.
I mean, Infinite Paint, it is telling that this feels like a 4chan schizo post when he explicitly earlier referenced a 4chan schizo post.
The thing I'm reaching for is that it might also be liberating for them in a way, when it is not in this like super problematic context, to step out of the gender that's expected of you, right? Like to get a break from that almost. And I think that's what people maybe look for in like submission in general. It's just like a break from their normal selves.
No? Well, no. Sometimes that can be true, but sometimes people are just bottoms. Look into any streamer chat. Any one of them. Okay? Sometimes people are just bottoms that ooh-woo at each other constantly. Like, sometimes the bottoms are just bottoms. You know, it's not necessarily step on my throat. I just called out 90% of you. I'm sorry. But no, like, you could maybe argue like a lot of sissification kink is about like stepping outside of normal life to be something or someone else, you know? But I don't think bottoming is necessarily or being submissive are necessarily things that involve taking a break from your day-to-day life. I mean, let's be real. Sex is already pretty great, and it is already a pretty great break from your day-to-day life, okay?
They want to be feminine because part of them wants to be powerless, and they just don't see femininity as powerful.
Now I'd be remiss to even utter the word goonie.
Or there's like a fetishization of the state of powerlessness, you know? That their day-to-day life is full of them making important and powerful decisions, and there is a sense that in their normal life they don't have the ability to be powerless. You know, like that can be another aspect of it. You know, it's something that they're denied in their day-to-day lives.
Without referring to the giggly goon clown who hosted a hub for fetishes. Most applicable.
The fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I would be remiss if I didn't reference this incredibly obscure account. I'm sorry, dude. I have heard of gooning before. I've been around for a while. I have never heard of this account. And by the way, like, even in the screenshot here, cringy porn clown. Should we really take the cringy porn clown who's 21 years old at face value?
In this case,
Jesus.
Black New World Order. No, this is not a band fetish, where folks who subscribe to this kink deify blackness, specifically black men.
And this is related to the goon clown how? I miss this. The transitions they're
They
insane.
even utter the word gooning without referring to the giggly goon clown who hosted a hub for fetishes. Most applicable in this case, the Black New World Order. No.
Okay. So this 21-year-old like goon clown account hosted a hub of many different fetishes, of which one of which you are picking out here is the Black New World Order one, which again I've literally worked as a sex worker. I have never heard of Black New World Order kink. Okay, I've literally been a sex worker. I've never heard of this in my life. Never heard of this in my life.
No, this is not a banned fetish, where folks who subscribe to this kink deify blackness, specifically black men, by denigrating white people. Typically self-declared cis white mandem who acknowledge this myth that black men are pinnacles of masculinity, and by masculinity I really mean a travesty of manhood insofar as simply being puissant, always open for business and built like the Secretariat. And in this acknowledgement, coming to the realization that they ought not even insult the masculine race by claiming to be a part of it as a white man and just transition into a woman so that the human race is devoid of cis white fandom.
It's this discussion of eradicating the white race by denying white men, denying cis white men the privilege of coitus, only be breeding.
Oh yeah.
Which is awful.
People find certain narratives sexy. Like, you can open up romance novels and find all kinds of fucking wild narratives that people find erotic, you know? For a lot of those romance novels, part of the erotic allure of them is like are like the scenarios, are the imaginative, you know, role play like scenarios that play out. Wait till Foreign Man reads a Chuck Tingle novel? Yeah. Oh god, dude. Oh god.
Word with awful connotations reserved normally for animals, only being black bread.
Not talking pumpernickel.
We're not talking pumpernickel.
These are trans women.
It's like...
Okay, but wait, like, in this kind of, like, forced femme, like, breeding kink, the black men aren't being referred to as, like, generally, and maybe I'm wrong, the people being bred are, like, you know, those tight boy pussies, you know, like the like the sissies, or like the, you know, like that's the breeding kink. It's the bussy or the or the pussy, you know, like, I'm so lost now. Well, yeah. This video is so confusing. It really fucking is. There's a reason why it's taken almost like 3 hours to get through it.
Normally anime profile pic on Twitter.
Oh dear, that could be us. You know the galaxy brain meme? This is what I'm picturing. Level 1 take. White genocide is not gonna happen. It's not real. Level 2 take. White genocide is real. Level 3 take, just absolutely exploding out of my head. White genocide is real and it's good and I'm horny for it. I want to know how you're hanging out in these spaces that take the idea of white genocide.
Man, it's really crazy that behind this guest, it's just images of Vince McMahon memes and not, you know, Black New World Order porn memes. That's crazy.
Genocide or Great Replacement remotely seriously, but then also managing to like be into it. Men like we places
Also,
that take the idea of
okay, one other thing I have a major problem with in this video, among the litany of major issues I have with this video, I really hate the editing that is being done on what the guests are saying without any clear indication of a cut.
White genocide or Great Replacement remotely seriously, but then also managing
like right here, but then also cut managing
to like be into it. Men like
another cut
weakening themselves by becoming more feminine, but also like by submitting to
did we just have another cut there?
Themselves by becoming more feminine, but also like by
yep, another cut
submitting to Black men is such a weird situation that again like clearly reveals a lot about how they think about the world. Could a part of it be like an unprocessed white guilt? I wonder if this thing is maybe a way to like unclaim whiteness and all like the historical horrors that have come along with that.
Ooh, you cooking. Ooh.
We had 6 cuts in like the span of like 30 seconds. Hell, maybe even 20 seconds. I didn't time it.
That's dark. So white genocide, almost like in the palingenic, like rebirth. This is just so bred to palingenic rebirth of whiteness in this like almost inverted Nazism, where like let's enjoy killing off ourselves because what we did was so wrong. There's no way about it. So let's just surrender to Black folks.
And of course it doesn't come from like a genuine anti-racism, right? It's not actually about any of this stuff is bad or like we should do anything about it for real. The same way that forced feminization could be like a way of escaping the power of masculinity and like the possible like psychic guilt that comes with that. I wonder if this like white genocide kink could be like escaping the uncomfortable truth of like what whiteness is.
I told you this was gonna get dark. No pun intended.
Okay, that was a good joke right there. I find it really weird that he doesn't have a picture-in-picture interview. It feels like it's to hide cuts and prompting. Yeah. I mean, I definitely think you're right. I definitely think that's why it is. I don't necessarily know that Black New World Order kink is necessarily about like the fetishization of white genocide. Again, I think it's much like Sissy Hypno, it's a pretext. It is a pretext for like the breeding kink. Oh no, humanity's gonna die unless you breed my tight bussy. Oh no, I guess you'll just have to fuck me until I'm pregnant. Oh no. You know, like that's kind of how that goes, just with more sincerity. You know? More affected sincerity. Also, seriously, how many people are engaging in this specific fetish? Yeah. Also, we've now gotten to such a specific point in like the sissification fetish that it no longer is at all applicable to the broader fetish itself. You know, like this is we are so far beyond like the scope of an actual conversation about like why people have sissification kinks.
The giggly going clown is as sad as it is projectile vomit inducing. And it serves as an avatar for what is the racial forced feminization fetish, where an alternative take on this would be that these cis white mandem are so self-loathing of their station in life, being one of privilege and unreachable patriarchal masculinity, that they feel the weight of whiteness. Let's get charitable for a second. Let's get nuanced. The burden.
Wait, out of curiosity here, what I find very interesting, and we're going to go back a little ways here. Now, the Goon Clown is he, she, they? Just out of curiosity here.
Is as sad as it is projectile vomit inducing. And it serves as an avatar for what is the racial forced feminization fetish, where an alternative take on this would be that these cis white mandem are so
Cis white mandem. Now, mandem is a collective noun for a bunch of boys or men. And well, I mean, you guys can see part of the issue here, right? Like, the Goon Clown is trans.
on what is the racial
The person being shown in this video is, I mean, seems to be a woman who is into this very specific kink.
forced feminization fetish, where an alternative take on this would be that
again, like, neither of these, I don't know, is the Goon Clown into forced feminization? That hasn't been established in this video. You just said that the Goon Clown serves as like a hub for a bunch of different fetishes. And then the screenshot you just showed was of a lady, and you haven't shown otherwise, being into this fetish. But you're trying to make the argument that that this is all related to like men who are into sissification as a kink.
these cis white mandem are so self-loathing of their station in life, being one of privilege and unreachable patriarchal masculinity, that they feel the weight of whiteness. Let's get charitable for a second. Let's get nuanced. The burden. They feel the burden of their ancestors, and they desperately want to.
Wait, that screenshot didn't even show? I mean, is she wrong? And then the quote is, BLM Toronto leader believes white people are subhuman, calls them genetic defects. And I mean, is she wrong? I mean, I guess, I assume from the username Align BNWO that, like, and the at being, including BNW, that this person's sexually into the Black New World Order kink, but I guess I don't actually know that for sure.
Fetish of whiteness. Let's get charitable for a second. Let's get nuanced. The burden. They feel the burden of their ancestors, and they.
But okay. But one thing I find very interesting is that we started out with just the concept of sissification, and specifically the sissification of white men, and like we've moved away from just like the concept of sissification of white men to, and like sissification as a kink and sissification as porn, to now a like very, very specific subgenre of sissification, like porn that intersects with like racial like porn, you know, like that, like the line here is insane to get to where he is here. And I'm gonna guess that in the final 10 minutes of this video, he's going to attempt to bring this line all the way back and say that all sissification, like kink and pornography, is related in this seed of this fringe community he's managed to find. I'm gonna guess that that is, I'm gonna guess that that's where this final part of the video is going. But again, it meanders so goddamn much. It's wild.
Desperately want to start over again in some palindromic rebirth of whiteness, if rebirth at all. This community literally fetishize their demise, giving the guise of a progressive politique, but truly being just as if not more racist than their own.
Wait, I don't... Okay, first of all, nothing in this video has shown that people who are, like, who support the Black New World Order as a kink are at all putting on airs about this being a progressive political position. You haven't shown that at all in this video. At all, dude. Like, that is not been in this video whatsoever.
Overt counterparts, the conservatives. Not to say that these are mutually exclusive. A lot of the people that actually consume a lot of this content are conservatives on the low. Folks in progressive communities may be misguided in consuming this content, which is inherently putting blackness down by holding it too high.
A lot of these people are genuinely racist. There are probably some people who kind of get off on it and maybe do have left-leaning politics or whatever, but like I'm going to be real, even those people are probably racist, right? The very context of bull, right? Which is the term that you would use to describe a man who is entering into a relationship in order to pleasure the wife, right? That is the bull, right? Same term that we used for Black men when we were breeding slaves, right? Same exact term. And a lot of this does map very neatly onto that, right? And my experience with people...
I mean, I can see where she's coming from on this, for sure. I also think that, like, again, part of what the, like, the bull hot wife, like, dynamic is, the bull hot wife and cuckold dynamic is, like, a bigger, stronger man coming in to fuck your hot wife. And in that sense, bullishly coming in to fuck your wife, and also bulls in, like, ranching and such do that. So, like, while similar terminology was used in far, far more insidious context, I don't necessarily know that it maps one-to-one as cleanly as she's implying here. I would push back on that.
People who project race play onto me non-consensually, if I tell them that I don't want it, that is often when they get racist.
By rendering me omnipotent, you strip me of my humanity. By making me God, you deny me human. The biggest irony of this situation is the political affiliation.
I just, like, one of the weird parts about this is the conflation of kink and sexual fantasy with reality. Like, we've already talked numerous times throughout this video about how people can have extraordinarily high pressure, high power jobs, and they want to then be degraded, humiliated, be submissive, you know? Like, we've talked about that already. And in this video, he's then saying, well, you know, if you're participating in this kink, you are putting me up on a pedestal as a god. But, like, that's not what the fantasy element is. Like, they aren't actually putting Black people on pedestals. That's part of the kink. That's part of the fantasy that they've constructed as, like, a pretext for their desires. But they aren't actually doing that, you know? They aren't actually... They aren't actually believing this. Most of the people who do Black New World Order stuff also don't believe in, like, a white genocide. They don't actually want that. Cap Black, even in this video, says that explicitly. You know, like furries fantasize about furry sex. And that's fine, more power to them, but they know that isn't that's like a fantasy, that's a kink. It gets them off. You know? They know that it's not like once they're done like what they're going to be experiencing in their day-to-day life out in the office complex or whatever. Again, I don't know how cleanly kink maps onto real world experiences. Again, some people who are into sissy stuff because it's an escape and it allows them to be their true self for a little while in a way that they can't be in their day-to-day life. And some people are into sissy stuff because, you know, that it's just fun, you know, and it's what they're into. And that's okay. That's okay too.
Of the participants. Logic would have you assume that it's the BLM marching all cops bastards.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Nikolai Prime, or not Nikolai Prime, Little Morphine Annie. That is, I think, a really good analogy to what he is doing in this video. This is like saying the furrification of Gen Z or something like that. And then doing a video about how being a furry is actually a gateway to you wanting to fuck animals for real. You know, like that's what this video feels like. It feels incredibly disingenuous. And yeah, like it feels like it's coming to a conclusion that is not at all backed up by the steps being taken throughout. I think the only thing we've learned from this is how kinky Jack is. Well, I was a sex worker and I know a lot about sex stuff.
Chanting self-serving neoliberals that engage the most with this kink. But their community is full of centrists and right-wing conservatives. We all know that they're kinky lips, but there are at least some subtlety. When hearing about the subject of this video, a black male colleague reached out to impart some of his knowledge.
So how'd you get involved with the kink community?
I had no idea this kink existed before I received a few very graphic emails about what the senator wanted me to do to them.
Tell me how the dynamic works.
Well, it's wild. First you receive a DM or two. Maybe.
Is this a bit? I honestly can't tell if this is a bit or like an actual conversation.
Be a passing comment on a pig. But the problems don't start unless you engage with them. In that case, shit, be down to clown or be prepared to block them and fast.
Is that bad?
Bruh, okay, so I did a bit of SW in college.
No, this is completely serious? Okay, I'm also gonna turn off captions, because...
You know, gotta pay that tuition somehow, and it actually started with one of these messages. I hop on, read the message, some nonsense about what he wants to do to me and generosity. Now man's been eating nothing but apples and ramen for 6 months. That generosity piqued my interest, so I responded, and at first it was flattering. I felt powerful, sexy, coveted, but then the language starts to slip. It began with a little self-degradation like, I'll never be as strong, sexy as you know. Then the reasons why he felt he couldn't meet the standards he set for himself. It wasn't just like a submissive kink, it was praise of my form. The same on the got stopped and frisked the week before. The same body that gets asked, are you on the football team? But every...
The fuck? This section makes me especially sick. This is someone sharing their abuse story in foreign rather than using it to tie into something like the very real abuse problems that can arise from kink stuff, uses it to shame kinksters for his hour-long video essay.
Doe-eyed darling who wants to ride on the wild side.
What'd you do?
I got paid. I mean, I don't like it. It makes me feel like an animal. Like my strength and stature are all I have to offer. It pissed me off whenever I let it slip that I was a graduate student and clients were shocked I could use multiple syllable phrases.
I thought they'd be ever praising, given the penchant for idealizing the black form.
Yeah, well, that's my form, not my mind. And whenever has a conservative cared about a black man's mind?
Wait, so it's conservatives that hired you?
Oh yeah, I mean, I had a liberal client or two, but the majority, like over 90%, were old dudes with MAGA stickers and don't trend on my t-shirts. The type of guys that voted for Trump twice. I think it's the lack of experience that makes the kink more appealing, you know? Like the only reference they have for black people is what they see on TV. And what's on TV that looks like me? Hyperviolence and sexuality. So I'm paid to be the sex machine, the black man's revenge, feeding into the stereotypes of insatiable sexual appetites and desires.
Damn.
Facts. It had its perks though.
How so?
Well, it paid well, and making a Republican shout Black Lives Matter was kind of funny.
Imagine receiving the message, "I want you to be my daddy," or some variation of that sentence. You firmly but politely turn down the proposition, only for them to become insistent. And I mean really insistent. So you block them and move on with your day. Later, you recount the story to your friends expecting a shocked reaction, and for the most part you do, but you notice that there's one face who isn't laughing. That night, you get a message saying, "Yeah, bro, it's weird out there. You don't know the half of it." Unfortunately, the internet helps to facilitate these ideas. As users congregate in similar groups, subcultures are created over the shared interests. Sexual orientation doesn't matter. Our gender identity, well, let's just say some of these incels enjoy cosplaying as trans and call themselves goofy gooners.
Oh, bunch of people faking being trans, huh? In a video with 3 trans folks. Femboy Alien, we are about 3 minutes away from the end, so you're coming in at the tail end, but it is in the VOD, and if you watch over on YouTube, you can DVR it, so you can go back to when we started. Yeah, so again, with the faking being trans shit. I gotta be honest, it's not anyone's place to say who is faking being trans. You know, like, I think you can maybe draw like some pretty like decent lines in general. Kind of use your intuition maybe. Trust the intuition maybe of trans people in general. Like, for example, there was that Canadian teacher who wore those gigantic fake breasts, and like conservative media went crazy about it. And like, yeah, that person like doesn't wear those giant fake breasts anymore, and like, you know, had no history of doing that. It was like a media stunt to prove a point. Wasn't that a plant, literally? Yeah. But I mean, like, what I'm trying to say is there are definitely going to be instances where people are, you know, disingenuously, you know, saying that they're trans to evoke a certain type of reaction. But I don't think that that applies to sissy or sissification kink. Like, that's not... It's not generally what is happening with sissification kink or fetish or porn even.
Which is transphobic, misogynist, and always racist as hell. Let's not forget that. It
always?
By cosplaying as trans and call themselves goofy gooners, which is transphobic, misogynist, and always racist as hell.
You haven't shown that in this video. You haven't shown that it's always transphobic for someone to engage in sissification, like kink, or like watch that type of pornography. You haven't shown that it's always misogynistic. You haven't shown that it's always racist. These are points that you touched on, but have by no means been able to attach to the entire genre of this sexual desire or kink.
Let's not forget that. It ought be no surprise that inceldom is a neighboring country to communities such as the racialized forced feminization fetish, BNWO, and places that not even incognito on Chrome can save your soul from.
Yeah, the incel removal. You look, a submissive virgin, low testosterone, short. Girls, I hate them. Unpopular with women, skinny fat. After taking dick for the first time, no longer a virgin, submissive, low testosterone, short. Guys, I love them. Popular with men, skinny fat. I have to tell you guys, I literally know people who exactly fit that meme. Like I know dudes who fit that meme exactly. Who weren't incels at the beginning, by the way. They're just skinny dudes who are social recluses who then go out, hook up with a dude for the first time, and suddenly they're dressing like Astolfo at comic conventions. Okay? Like I know people like that. That is a thing that happens. And to say that that is just inherently like racist and misogynistic and transphobic is fucking wild, dude. Like, femboys exist. Feminine, like, men exist. And like, you can and notice, by the way, most of the examples of like sissification porn or like people participating in sissification kink that he showed earlier in the video were like of like older dudes doing like cross-dressing in like maid outfits or something like that. But like that's also fine. Like, just because they're not young and like conventionally hot to you, like, doesn't make them like horrible or deeply weird or upsetting or like they're participating in anything wrong. They're just doing what they want to do, and more power to them. Hey, Doodleburb. Yeah, like, throughout this entire video, we haven't even really talked about like femboys, and frankly, I probably should have talked about like feminine men and femboys a lot more throughout this video, because like it completely like the example of femboys and feminine men like completely blurs the line of what he's talking about here, you know? He's literally talking about transmaxing, which is a shitty thing where incels try to drag down trans people for escaping the self-loathing cycle incels are putting people into to be shitty people. I don't know that he's talking about transmaxing, for sure. Like, I can guess an argument for transphobia, but how can it be racist? Well, so Femboy Alien, throughout this video, he's been trying to associate it with a variety of non sequiturs and anecdotes, and also hyper-focusing on a specific subgenre of sissification kink that involves, like, black supremacist ideas, and trying to associate that with, like, BBC porn and interracial cuckoldry, into like associate all of that together with sissification kink in order to say that sissification is steeped in racism, misogyny, and transphobia. Like, that's That has been his tactic throughout this video. And it's not very successful.
These are the homes for human depravity, where hope of humanity goes to die.
You know, it's very interesting, by the way, that he is showing trans memes. He's no longer showing, by the way, you'll notice, sissification memes. He's now showing trans memes from 4chan. You know? You know, the Stacy transitioner expresses personality fully, does not care about productivity. Massive friends group of transitioners and cis women, gets to wear all the fun stuff. On the right side of history. You're actually special and worth remembering. It works. These tits are real, yo. Bargain HRT from Kiev. Authentic happiness. Like, this is just a meme about, like, trans people being happier after transitioning. Yeah, like, he finds this repulsive. That's why he's using it in the finale of this video on sissification of white men. Again, it's an it is associating transness with sissification kink.
But simultaneously, a parade of self-exploration for folks that are denied maps to their souls by society. I do not begrudge the gooner, the BBC addict, or the bleeding...
Again, gooner is just a term for somebody who edges for like 10 hours before coming. Like, that's not... I like the idea that this is associated with like sissification at all is wild to me. Like, he seems like someone who's just smashing a bunch of words together without actually knowing the differences between any of this, which is further emphasized by the fact that he interchangeably uses porn, fetish, and kink.
Hard liberal that hurls racial epithets when I don't show up in the way that they want me to. I lay blame squarely at these institutions that this channel is dedicated to dismantling. Much like my last video, Incels, the next video may start with the curious case of curry sets. As we wend into the world of Indian anti-blackness, assisted by talented creators and enough trauma that'll make BetterHelp close down due to overwhelming clientele capacity when they instead should be closing down for other reasons, I digress. You could imagine the places that this research took my incognito browser? My lord, I would have been being served unwanted ads and my data would have probably been leaked on the Kiwi if it wasn't for my favorite condom from my Chrome browser. No.
Your data would be leaked to Kiwi Farms, a website that no longer exists? In any real capacity? That's so strange, dude. It's so strange.
If it wasn't for my favorite...
Yeah, if it wasn't for my favorite streamer, Cuffles!
Condom from my Chrome browser, NordVPN. The research for these videos take my computer to treacherous territory. And in a time where channels are being hacked and transformed into crypto shows overnight, I only trust NordVPN, which means that protect yourself, creator. So ensure you're in.
Okay. Yeah, that was terrible. Like I've been a sex worker, chat. Like I developed my gender identity and like sexuality by literally posting nudes of myself on the internet, like, and making money doing it. I was pretty successful, but like, he didn't make a coherent argument at all throughout all of this. Like, he wrote this out. It was scripted. And the argument didn't go anywhere. Like, if I had to like summarize it into like kind of a blank like an outline form, it goes like, introduction. Sissification of white men is an ongoing issue, and it's problematic. Here are the reasons why. Sissification has a potential for, misogynistic ideas. Boom. Here are examples, and here's why. Step 2, sissification has the potential for transphobic outcomes. Boom, boom, boom. Here's why. And then sissification has potential for racist outcomes. Boom, boom, boom. Here's why. And therefore it is bad? Question mark? Like that I think is the most basic summary of this video, except a lot of the points being driven at, like the fact that it's misogynistic, the fact that it's transphobic, the fact that it's racist, weren't appropriately backed up at all. You can show that to some degree, some elements of some of these subgenres of sissification fall into those categories, but certainly not all of them, nor the vast majority of them. And it's also further muddied by the fact that, like, such imprecise language was used throughout, you know? Like, I feel like if you submitted this as, like, if you submitted this in, like, written form to a teacher as, like, an essay, like, you would be failed in like, any self-respecting college course, you know? On top of that, like, deeply weird to green screen in porn on top of your guests who you've interviewed. Deeply weird to edit them out of context with very little of you asking questions, so we have no idea how they actually wound up saying the things that they said in the video. Also, it's very clear a lot of those answers were edited to shit. Again, in one segment, we counted 6 cuts over 30 seconds. On top of that, you have the final interview that is cut in there of, like, a guy who's talking about, like, having been, like, sexually abused and harassed. And that story is just kind of used as, like, a gotcha. Some people who utilize sex workers are engaging in race play, and, like, yeah, that's a pretty known problem, but that doesn't have anything to do with sissification kink. Like, yeah, no, again, this was an absolute mess. And I know that it took us so long to get through that video, but thanks for sticking it out with me. My goodness. Do you think the use of Kermit was meant to Pepe post? I don't think so. But I do have to say, it was deeply weird. Like, there are like, I thought it was a joke at first, because that's such a weird image to use for a guest who's revealing, like, a sex abuse story. And all of this was written beforehand. This is a scripted video. It didn't have to be an hour long. God. Anyway, hey, if you enjoyed or found interesting or are just blind with rage after that video, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. And remember to like the stream, ya hosers. Because, you know, the more people who like the stream, the more people get to see it. And, you know, if we get 17 more likes, we will hit 69 likes on the stream, and that'd be pretty cool. And additionally, I do not make enough ad revenue off of my videos to actually, like, live or pay bills or eat. So if you would like to see me continue making content and be able to, you know, sit and make a 3-hour debunk of this 1-hour video, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what allows me to live and continue doing this thing.
Okay, Jack. That was infuriating and you deserve something for that. Thank you for walking us through it less than 3.
Nizdras Lynn, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. That is extraordinarily kind of you. I appreciate it, because that was a lot of work. I had no idea how much I needed this whiskey at the very beginning. Holy shit. Are you posting a segment of your time on Leftist Mafia, or do I have to be a traitor and go to another channel? Oh, I will be posting the Leftist Mafia segment. The main reason I haven't posted it yet is because it's been getting pinged for like demonetization on the YouTube channel, and I want to be able to post it like with it monetized. So I'll work on that. Mostly my priority has been getting up the Israel Hamas content, but I'll make sure to get that up too. Whew. Whew, that hits. The way that video could be fixed is to outline the terms, using the word paraphilia when they started using kink and fetish. Yes, that would have helped. I don't think it would have fixed the video, because I think a lot of the premise of the video was flawed. Did I see your compliment? I did not. Oh, your headset matches your shirt. That shade of blue complements your hair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Got a nice bump in subs from that appearance on Leftist Mafia. I really did. I hope I get to go on there again soon and see another bump.
Bless you, Jack.
PragerU, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. I very, very much appreciate that. And you are wonderful, and you've gifted so many subs today. It's ridiculous.
I agree. This hurt my brain, which means it must have hurt yours more. Have some money. I still don't know what his point was, TBH.
Spitfire, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Forlorn79 as well. And I gotta be honest, his point was just that sissification kink is weird and bad and you shouldn't do it. That's what it seems like to me anyway. And also, I think just a general disgust for fetishes, and honestly, a bit of disgust in there for trans people thrown in. Again, like the use of language like fake trans person is pretty, I don't know, off-putting to me in a deep, deep way. Yeah, remember when he threw out that 4chan example of like a trap harem that at the very end on the screenshot he used said that none of it was verified? Like, goodness. Absolutely wild. Wanted to see this covered. Yeah, Sock Done left. It is bad. It is so bad. Also, we'll get you on the stream sometime soon, Sock Done left. I have a bunch of people who are going to come on soon. The main issue was the Hamas-Israel war broke out, and a lot of the guests I had lined up are currently in the wings. But we'll get you on here real soon, okay? Thanks to whoever subbed me while I was gooning to sissy porn. Oh. Yeah. Man. Like, what would have fixed this video, right? What would have fixed this video out of everything, right, is if he had focused on the commodification in the porn industry of oppressed identities, you know, marginalized peoples. That would have fixed this video. Because that would have then allowed him to talk about the commodification, the capital interest in creating these categories of people. Because again, the reason that the categorization of people is the way it is on porn sites is to monetize more effectively people's fetishes and to cater to the interests of the majority group in society, which in the United States is white folks, you know, white cis het folks in particular. And that axis of critique was completely absent from this video. Like, it would have been far more accurate and interesting and insightful to criticize it along that axis, specifically because then it makes all of the other points of criticism make more sense. It makes more sense to talk about how the commodification of sissy porn and the sissy kink revolves around different axes of oppression because it's designed to appeal as a mass market product to predominantly white cis het folks, you know? That would have fixed the video. That is one of my main points of feedback here, is that if this is really the direction he wanted to go and he didn't want to accidentally bumble into revealing his disgust for a lot of different kinks and fetish scenes, then like that's the direction he should have gone with it. I really think he started his video with the conclusion he wanted to reach and then just tried to make everything he found fit that conclusion. Oh yeah, Stoudman, 10,000% that is what happened. 10,000%. That's why you open up a video with like a 10-minute long anecdote about how like someone was begging to, you know, someone who didn't know better was trying to say like they felt really uncomfortable with how racist they were raised to be. And, you know, read them to filth over like them not wanting to be racist and telling you about it when they're your roommate, you know? The wildest part of that video, Very Knifey Duck, is the fact that he has an editor on these videos and they just don't do anything. But that doesn't crank out the rage machine? Well, yeah, of course. You know, that I think that honestly this is far more designed to, you know, take advantage of the algorithm than it is to and to rage bait than it is to actually like have a dialogue or be constructive, you know? Oh boy. Chat, we are now 8 likes away from 69 likes on the stream. I believe you. I believe you. A video gooning. For a video gooning, he did a lot of jacking off. Yeah. God. I'm just kind of upset and very tired. I did not intend to be streaming this late. Normal Gamer Gal, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you for being subscribed for 3 months too. Goddamn. The Rage Economy, yeah. Also, VCC TV, why do you got an _2 after your name in Twitch chat? What happened to VCC TV 1? I'm doing my part. Aw, chat, we are 3 likes away on the YouTube video. Let's go. Go, 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 go. That took so much more out of me than I thought. I did not think it was going to be that long of a segment. Holy shit. I need to be less thorough when we go through videos. I need to be less pause champ and less thorough. We appreciate and love you. Well, I'm really glad that you guys liked that video that we did. You know? That one needed it. I needed it. Okay. No, salmon moose. You can't say that word. The G slur. It's a slur for the Romani. Please don't. Hey, 69 likes. Let's go. Hell yeah. Boom, 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 boom. We will let you live in the purge. Chat, you guys are absolute chads and chadesses. Also, I do have to say, I still don't understand why he brought up the term gooning, except because he wanted to bring up that weird Twitter account of like the gooning clown. Like that seemed to be the only connection gooning had to the rest of the video, right? Or did I miss something? Something, this is by stream, motherfucker. He said it was the hub of the fetish content? Yeah, but like gooning is like the gooning clown didn't invent gooning. Like the gooning clown is 21 years old. People were using the term gooning in like a fetish context for like or kink context for like decades before that. I mean, I think there is a connection between like some degradation kinks and like minorities or like obsession with minorities and like conservatism, because again, conservatives think far more about like, you know, black people and trans women than like a lot of like left-leaning libs do. So there is like a certain connection there, but again, there was a lot of disgust for kinks in this video. Good night, little Morphine Annie. I thought Goku invented gooning. You silly billies. I am going to go sleep. You guys are all going to go raid into the very lovely and underappreciated Pixel Smixel. She covers Australian politics and content. I think you all will enjoy her very much. I need to take my meds and go the fuck to sleep. But I will see you all tomorrow. And I'm very much looking forward to that. Good night, everybody. Bye. Sleep well, and I hope you enjoyed your stay. Bye.